But that's okay.
All right, good morning, everybody. I want to welcome you to our second day of budget hearings for the Board of Finance to meet with town departments. Today is Tuesday, March 10th. We met with the Board of Education last week, and this morning we'll start with our public safety departments and all of that. If you would just quickly stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. A little bit about today, since there's some new people on our board and haven't done this before. This is our day. It's a really good work session. So we get to hear from each of the departments what their request was in relation to the first selectman's budget and budget proposal and different items. It's our chance to ask questions, and it's a really good working session. So please ask all of your questions. No questions are stupid questions. And I'm hoping for some really good conversation. But for fun today, I'd like to start the meeting by welcoming Chief Lombardo and a special guest.
Some of you have probably already seen that we have a new addition to our department. Officer Caitlin Bakioki spent several weeks of training at a maximum security prison in New York State in a program called Puppies Behind Bars. And this is the puppy she came home with. He's just about 14 months old. He's a comfort dog. He's for people inside our department, but also outside. He's in the field all the time with Caitlin. So Caitlin, if you...
Yep, so this is Jake. He is a wellness dog. He is going to be on patrol right now. He is super goofy person. I mean, he goes into the school, he goes into everywhere within the community, and everybody lights up. So he's honestly awesome to have. Even like in our department, you could see different people come up to you and say hi, or like kind of a little bit more quiet. They'll come up and they'll be a totally different person. Try to think. So, I mean, I proposed this to you not a long time ago, but like a year ago, after like a critical incident that happened within Trumbull. And the reason I had this idea for him, that's good, yes. It's gonna be like not listening now, right?
Cookie.
Good. That's good. Yes. Now he knows over 60 commands. He's got a lot of different things that he can do that's going to be very helpful. He was raised in the prisons, so he went for 2 weeks training. He was there since he was a puppy in a maximum security prison. Where it's a rehabilitation center basically for them, which gives them kind of a purpose within the prison. Any questions?
Does he live with you?
He does live with me, yes. Yep.
If you could just turn your mics on when you're doing that so that the camera will pick up most of it.
Another reason I was looking into this was actually because I went to a funeral, the Bristol shooting, and there was a bunch of these dogs out there. And my thing in Trumbull is I like to jump on mental health calls. So when I saw those dogs, I was like, what a cool thing to add to town or whatever. But so I was pretty excited about that and pretty pumped about him. And he's a very, very good dog. I have no problem going up to children, people with disabilities, anything like that. He's completely amazing.
He takes them around to a variety of places. She's brought them nursing homes that we have in town, the mall, the schools. We've actually gotten requests from other agencies within the region that do not have a dog like this. Can you come to our school? He's one of the first in this region. Milford has one, and Norwalk has one. Other than that, it's just us. There's probably close to 20 throughout the state. I've spoken with a variety of chiefs throughout the state who have a program like this, and they've said it's been a real big help internally. Internally, we have a peer support team that, is there for our other officers, like an employee assistance program. If they go to some critical calls, kind of on a regular basis that people might not even hear about. One in particular was just this past weekend, a traumatic call where somebody was crushed by a tree. Caitlin was actually one of the first people there, and when you see something like that, it can affect you. So and we've learned for mental health, for police officers over a period of years, it's a cumulative effect. It might not affect you, today's call might not affect you, and you say, you just kind of brush it off, that's part of the job, and so on and so forth. Cumulatively, over a 20-year, 25-year period, it can affect you, and there has been, quite a few unfortunate law enforcement suicide in Connecticut, in area departments, and it's tragic for that person, for their family, and for the officers in the department, because people start questioning, did they say anything? I should have seen this, I should have picked up on, and it does affect people. So we felt that the best way to help people is from the very beginning. So several years ago, we started the peer support program within the department, and we had officers specially trained to work with officers, and just it's kind of like almost venting, or just having somebody to talk to who's been in the same environment, who can kind of relate and be empathetic to what you might be experiencing. And they always have the ability to do a referral to our professional employee assistance program. And we just thought this was another addition to help them, but also we help the community with it. The schools, they love it. Any place she's gone with the dog, it's just like people are attracted to it. You saw when she came upstairs, there were people from downstairs coming up, and because and he's very good. I've never heard him bark. I think Caitlin said she's heard him bark once.
It's like how it's not even bark, because he scares himself when he does it.
So he's very, he's very
docile,
good. Very docile, yeah. Good. And it's really, in the week and a half she's had him here at the department, it's really been good. So we're looking forward to a long-term program. And we're looking for donations too, if anybody has any interest. Because we've tried to sustain the canine program we have with the working dog in the field, dogs in the field that we had, through revenue. We do have small pieces within the budget, but we've been able to get a lot of good revenue in that people have made donations. And we're trying to do the same thing with Jake, so there's not as much a burden on the town, and we think it's a really good program.
How would people donate?
Send a check to the police department, Trumbull Police Department, and in the memo section, please write Jake, or wellness program.
Chief,
He's a part of our wellness program.
Chief, I assume he does the same shifts as Caitlin does?
Yes, Caitlin's on our day shift right now, so whatever shift she works, her rotating schedule also, he's with Caitlin. He's only with Caitlin.
And did our reinstatement of the pension help with his recruitment?
Usually might going forward.
Yeah, it's, he was one of the first in line to take the test. He passed with flying colors, right?
Terrific,
Yeah.
terrific.
About how much does it cost a year to maintain a canine officer?
Well, aside from the officer's salary, we pay about $4,000 in training that he goes to. Anytime he has to have a car specifically designated to him. We upfit the car differently than we upfit the regular patrol cars, because it's got to have a remote door opener. So if the officer's out of the car and they need the canine, they can press a remote and it'll pop the door open. They have to have a self-contained air conditioning heating unit in the back of the car for them also. And they have to have, we'll have to have a special cage too. So there's a variety of things that are needed. Those are usually one-time purchases, and they, stay with the officer in the car for quite a few years. It's probably a few $1,000s on top of that training. The working canine in the field is different than this dog. Completely separate operations. And I think this is, Chief can help out a little bit more detail on the cost of the dog.
I was only going to lend that it's similar to any other dog. It covers several different lines that you would with maintenance, vet costs, food, some specialty equipment. So it's kind of mixed throughout our budget with a variety of smaller costs in addition to the bigger ones like the vehicle itself.
And how many working dogs do you have now currently?
One patrol dog and our comfort dog, which you see here.
Anybody have any other questions or need puppy snuggles? Anything?
Will the dog work with, I don't have a mic, I apologize.
Mary, there's a mic on that table,
Oh, God.
and there's also a seat back here for you.
No, I'll go. Why don't you come? Oh, it's all right. I don't. You come over. Hello. Yeah. Will the dog work with the social worker in some of those instances? I know that we've been very proactive, or you've been very proactive with that.
Yeah, so we have, we have a social worker that's in our department that we hired about a year and a half ago. Now we have another one we hired in December. It's not a second person, the other one had to leave. But that's part of the program. Social worker does a lot of things with getting people resources that they might not be aware of, getting them into programs. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Whatever type of care they might need. And that's another reason why we wanted the comfort dog, because there's times definitely when help in a crisis or the social worker needs help with something, and it's just calming effect.
So prior to this too, with the other social worker and the social worker we have now, I specifically make sure I reach out with her and I make sure that, there's secondary steps to the calls that we go to. So if it was something where it's tragic, and I make sure that if there was a kid involved, that they're getting extra help from the schools, they're getting a counselor, they're getting this, see some of these things, and it's not easy for a 15-year-old to process, and just making sure that, they're getting the support and help that they need as well.
Well, I'm all for it.
Any other questions? Last chance for puppy snuggles? We're good. Thank you so much for coming up this morning. I know meeting him the other day made my day too. So, and you.
Oh, well, thank you.
We're going to get started with stuff from the actual budget book this morning. On page 183 with animal control, Lynn Della Bianca is our animal control officer, an all-around good human. And I'm going to ask when you do start your presentations, if you would just introduce yourselves to our new members also, that's just helpful. We really wanted to put today in person. We've been doing these meetings by Zoom for the last few years, and we really wanted people to be able to meet people in the departments and face-to-face and put names and faces together. It's a little bit easier to do that live. So thank you for coming today. And we'll start with Lynn on page 183. If you would just kind of walk us through your budget request and any goals, give us a little overview, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Lynn Della Bianca. I'm the Animal Control Officer here in Trumbull. And so basically, for my budget, everything that we asked for is here, was approved by the First Select Women's Office. So pretty happy about that. I think the only thing that they took out was for communications legal, and that was an account that we had where we have to post, by state law, we have to post our lost and found dogs, and we do the Connecticut post, and have to hold a stray animal coming in, we have to hold for 7 days. So we put the ad in 1 day, and then we hold for 7 days. After that time, if the animal's not claimed, it becomes our property. But they're not charging us for those ads anymore. They haven't for the last couple of years, so they took that out of the budget. And otherwise, everything else basically is what we asked for. We do have to get a new vehicle this year. Unfortunately, our vehicle last year was totaled on the highway. The officer, thank goodness, was not in it, but it was on the side of the road on a call, and some woman creamed into our van and also the state trooper's car. So we do have to get a new van and outfit that, obviously, with the stuff that we need in it.
Anybody have any questions? Massimo, you had one question? And then Paul.
Yeah, good morning, Lynn. The only question I had was, if I recall from the capital plans, we were talking about a donated generator that could be retrofit for the animal control shelter. My question was, if for some reason that retrofit doesn't work, is there a consideration for additional budget for purchasing a generator?
Well, ironically, last year that generator was not working at all. The company had come out several times. It's an old unit, and they said they were having trouble getting parts and various things, and so it was not working. But this last snowstorm we had, where electricity, and it wasn't because of the storm necessarily. I guess a tree fell down near Churchill Road and Edison, and power was knocked out. So I was actually there at the shelter when the power went out about 6 o'clock in the morning, and then the town guys came over and said, "Are you okay?" "Yes." Generator's not working. And one of the mechanics, he's a true genius, came and said, "Well, let me see what we can do." And they went out there, and he actually was able, he said that he started it with, I guess, ether or something, and he said it's just that the gas is not on. So he found the on switch, and he turned it on, and it actually did work. Now, how long it's going to work, I'm not really sure, but right now, it was working.
Lynn, I believe they actually have a donation of another generator.
That's what I heard, yes,
And they're
I've heard
trying
that.
to retrofit it to do that. So
Okay.
Massimo is asking if there would be budget implications if they didn't. I believe they would come back for a supplemental for that if there was a purchase issue, and it would be a bonded item. But I think that's taken care of at the moment. So I'm glad
Okay.
it was working. I like really
Yes.
smart people.
Yes, yes.
And I just want to acknowledge the fact that your job really is 24/7.
Yes.
You know.
Can be.
I did adopt a kitten from animal control and the tag group in September, and I think you had been bottle feeding them. So you were taking them home and bringing them back. So there's a lot that goes into that. So thank you.
Yes.
Paul?
Lynn, can you talk to us a bit about the condition of your building?
Well, it's an older building. It's built in the 60s. But over the years since I've been there, we have renovated. Certainly, we had the addition on, which was, I don't know, about 12, 15 years ago. We added on 2 cat rooms and then a new office area, because basically it was just the kennel and then an office area, which when I was talking to people on the phone, it sounded like I was in the kennel with the noise. So we have those areas. We did some fencing in the back. Actually, our volunteer group added another pen in the back. We did the floors years ago with a more permanent substrate on the floors. And we also had the kennels, the chain link fencing was redone. And we recently just had it painted. So we're in pretty good shape. There are some new statutes that are going to be coming out from the Department of Ag about when places are building new shelters and renovating older ones. I think we're in pretty good shape. I've had reached out to my state officer who will be coming down. They do inspections of us every year. We've passed every one over all the years I've been there. But there might be some things we might have to tweak with this new statute, which really doesn't come into effect until 2029. So we certainly have time to do that. But I know a lot of new shelters that are being built in the state, and some of them that have to build because they're not going to be in compliance with this new law.
And do we have any existing regional cooperation agreements?
We do not right now, no.
Do we do any regional assistance with other communities?
There are some regional in the area. There's, I think, up in the north west corner, northeast corner. Woodbridge, I believe, has now become a regional. And actually, in the town I live in, Bristol, they're looking at building a new facility or retrofitting an old building that they have, and they're hoping to get some regional people because they could obviously get some state grants to build a new place.
And last question, how long have you been with us?
It was 21 years in October.
Congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
Any other questions for Lynn? No. Thank you, Lynn.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Mary.
You know, you always got to look at the back row. The issues we had with OSHA last year, did those get cleared up? I know there were a couple things with the animal shelter.
Yes, one of the biggest ones, there was a trough in the front of the kennels, and so we actually had to make, it's a custom pieces of metal that go over that. I guess it was more of a tripping hazard than anything else, but it's actually worked out nice as far as, because it now gives a smooth, level thing, even for the employees, for us to walk by the front of the kennels. The only thing we've noticed is that, and we've fixed that, some of the smaller dogs, because these have very small holes, but some of the dogs, as they walk over it, a nail got caught into it. So we just put rugs in front of their cage and so that they can walk on it. And basically, I think that was the biggest thing. The other thing was like all the chemicals and stuff, and we just got a SDS book. Someone came down with all the chemicals and things like that. I think the eye wash, I already had an eye wash there, but they wanted something different, so that was installed. That's about the biggest things that we had there, really, as far as I can remember right now.
And then the truck, would that be covered 100% by insurance from the offender or, from the woman that?
Apparently, they got some insurance money for the van. I'm not sure exactly how much it was. It certainly wouldn't buy a brand-new van, but apparently there was an insurance payout.
And then last year, Tag Group's amazing.
Yes.
Grazi does a fabulous job. The
She
social
is.
media has been, there's been so much interest, and
Yes.
so they've been doing a really, really great job.
She's a wizard at that stuff. And she catches stuff, like even some of the pictures she has of me. She does a lot with the animals, but a couple times recently she's posted pictures of me, and I didn't even know she was taking the photo. I'm engrossed in what I'm doing, and then all of a sudden there I am with an animal in my arms or something, and she had snapped a shot. So yeah, she's very talented.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else? All right. We're going on to page 163 in your big budget book. This is the police department starting there. Also on your desks, you should find some supplemental information from Chief Lombardo and a couple of charts as well. All right, gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, thank you.
I don't know how you're going to top the dog, though.
I don't think we can.
Nope.
Yeah. So I'll just start with some basics about the department. We developed the budget that is before you. We approach the process with a strong awareness of our responsibility to the taxpayers. We always do. We carefully reviewed our operations. We work to ensure that what we're requesting is reasonable and necessary and directly tied to maintaining effective public safety services for our community. At the same time, my primary focus was ensuring that the men and women of our police department have the staffing, equipment, and support necessary to do their jobs safely and effectively. Every day, our officers respond to unpredictable and often dangerous situations, and it's our responsibility to make sure that our residents are protected and the officers are protected to the best of our ability. Over the past year, we've tried to strengthen our department. We've added a full-time social worker in the last year and a half or so. We have the wellness dog, which you just met, both of which support our officers and improve our response to residents experiencing crisis and trauma. These additions not only help our officers do their jobs more safely, but also allow us to address certain calls for service more effectively and often prevent situations from escalating. Simply put, when our officers are properly trained, staffed, equipped, and supported, they're better able to provide services to the community in a safe manner and to keep our community as safe as we can. I can start whichever area of the budget you'd like me to start with. We can look at the personnel headcount forms that I handed out to you if you'd like. I see some heads nodding, so I will start with that. So if you look at the personal headcount form that I left everybody, not the graph, you'll see that we've broken down the Department for Patrol Support, Administrative, Detective Bureau, and not available, and those who've retired. So currently, at the end of February, we had 80 members on the police department. 70 are available for work. And if you look to the left of that, under Academy FTO, you'll see the number 7. We have 7 in training right now. And that's not in-service people who are already certified. Those are brand-new people who cannot work by themselves. So they're not counted. We're paying them, but they're not counted as part of our total to fill shifts in patrol. They're either riding with somebody or they're still in the police academy. From when the day we hire somebody, it's close to a year before they can work by themselves. And those are all standards and requirements of the state police, the police academy in Connecticut. And then to the left of that, we have somebody on maternity, we have one person out on an admin, one person sick. So there's a variety of reasons why, although we have 80, we're working at 70. So we continue to do as much recruitment as we can. HR has really helped us a lot. We run testing processes on a regular basis. Some of our testing, we have seen increased numbers of people applying to the department since the restoration of the pension. And we've actually seen our retention levels kind of, pretty much level off to an extent. Obviously, we're going to have retirements. That's going to happen. And we're going to have people that'll leave for other reasons as well. So right now, we've got to that 80 standpoint, and which is actually 79 now because March 2nd, somebody retired, which we expected, but it wasn't in the month of February. So I don't know if there's any questions on that. No? Okay.
Do you want to just touch on this chart?
Yeah, that was my next thing. So if you look at the chart, the graph that is next, that is something that the assistant chief put together, and he actually did the work on the personnel headcount also. But it's a 10-year trend of our seniority. So if you look at the top one in 2014, there were 28 people who had 25 years or more on the department. And with less than 4 years on the department, there were 7. Well, that's pretty much completely flipped in the last 10 years. In 2024, we had 18 with less than 4 years on the department and 13 that have that 25-year mark or more. So what does that mean? It means that we're still going to have retirements, but we need to do more training. And because every one of these people with even up to 9 years on the department, those 24 people are in our patrol division. That's the bulk of our patrol division right now are inexperienced officers with less than 5 years on the department. So is it a bad thing? No, but it means that we have to work harder. We have to have closer supervision of them, and we have to have more training for them to bring them up to speed quicker than we might normally do, because there's a lot of people that are brand new in patrol, and patrol brings all the services to the community on a 24-hour basis. So we put a lot into training, and we put a lot into all of our people, but we have to maintain staffing and try to get them up to speed as quickly as possible. Are there any questions on that?
Just a quick question. What would be your ideal mix? Somewhere between these 2 years?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah, somewhere between that. It's when you hit a 5-year mark in law enforcement, you're generally considered a seasoned officer. And some of it has to do with what shifts people work too. So if you work the midnight shift, you won't have as much activity as you do on a day shift or evening shift. They're just busier. More people are out, businesses are open, retail's open, and it's just, there's more people working in town also.
What are the trends around retention? Is there a lot of lateral movement between towns and so forth, or do you maintain?
No, not so much. We actually offer a sign-on bonus if you do come to us from another department. And I think we've been offering that for at least 3 years now. But I think we've only gotten maybe 3 people out of that. We haven't gotten a lot of interest in
So
that.
you're
And that-
growing your team.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't think most departments get a lot of laterals either. Some do. It depends on what people are looking for. And we have had lateral people apply to the department. No offense to any of them, but there were people that we didn't hire.
Do you have a sense of how many retirements you expect in the next year?
In the next year, it could fluctuate somewhere between 3 to 5, somewhere about there. We hear there's no requirement for the officers to tell us, listen, I'm going to retire in the next year or 6 months or something like that. We know that we have, like I said, 13 people over 25 years, so they're eligible for that retirement. After 30 years, they have full retirement. They're fully maxed out on their benefit. So some go to other agencies, and some go to other types of jobs. Some, you know.
In the new pension plan, that years of service changed slightly? Is it
You
still
still
30?
need 30, yeah.
Okay, I thought it had gone to 35.
No.
Any other questions on staffing, retention, anything like that?
Yeah, just had one question regarding the 7 officers that you said they can't run a shift alone for a year. Just where they are within that time frame and when they will be able to.
There are 4 in field training now, which means they've completed the police academy. They have to do a minimum of 12 weeks with somebody training them. They're at various stages. I think they're only in their early first phase or second phase at the most. So they probably have a good 8 weeks on average left before they can work by themselves. We have 3 in the academy right now, so they're not out. They haven't graduated yet.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions there? All right. Where would you like to go next?
We should probably start with salary since it's the top of the
That's good.
list there. So the salary line increased by about $761,000 this year for a variety of reasons. We have 2 unions within the department. The mate union got a 2.75% increase this past year, so that amount went up in their contracts. And then there were 9 people that were not fully budgeted for this entire current fiscal year. So now that we have hired most of those people, we're budgeting for a full amount of officers coming, having a full staff. So that's obviously a big increase there. That's the bulk of the reason. Am I missing anything?
That's correct. Restored.
Yeah, so we just need to restore the money, the funding.
I'm not disappointed in that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Not
Yeah.
disappointed at all.
Yeah, the reduction of the $210,000 for turnover rate, my biggest concern with that is that we don't expect to have as many vacancies. That's about 3.5 officers, and I'm concerned that it may create a shortfall for us next year. Because if we have more people on the department, we're going to eat into that $210,000, and it might create a shortfall for us next year, like we have this year. This year, currently, we're going to spend more in our salary account than we have budgeted because we have those people hired.
Can you touch on a little bit of the salary line item versus overtime and the balance when you're shorter staffed and what overtime? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So overtime is not just for the staffing shortages, it also covers a variety of other issues. I have some notes I just wanted to address. Okay, here someplace. So we pay, I'll start so you don't have to wait any longer. So we pay overtime to fill shifts, most of the overtime. There's other reasons why we pay overtime in the department. The bulk of it is in the patrol division. It's the largest division in the department, and we have to have a minimum amount of police officers in the field every shift, 24 hours a day. So we also have to send people to training. We have in-service training is a constant thing. So it's not just a matter of getting them certified when they start, but they have to constantly do in-service training. Every 3 years, they have to have 60 hours of recertification training in specific fields to keep their certification. We have people that are sick. We have people on administrative leave. We have people on maternity leave. We have people who on military leave, funeral leave, vacation leave, personnel leave, compensatory time leave. The list goes on. And there's a variety of reasons why overtime has not come down right now, because although we have the people on the payroll, like I explained earlier, we're still not filling those shifts. We don't have them to use and say, okay, go work this shift because somebody took a vacation day.
What instances do you use
Yeah,
comp time?
The assistant chief has a little to add to that also. Sorry.
I just added in, the need for overtime could also be driven by special events, major crimes, major incidents, when we would need more personnel to come in. Even major weather events might dictate the need for more officers to be on duty, and that would all be drawn from overtime as well. Anything in addition to the normal scheduled staff that we have on duty would draw from overtime. So those needs are somewhat unpredictable, although we know that there's a constant draw every week throughout the year.
Can you just give me an example of when you use comp time, like compensatory time?
Oh, that would be when somebody takes time off. So if somebody works extra hours for us, they can take it in overtime pay, or they can take it in compensatory time, which is at the same rate, it's time and a half. So when they go to take off the time, there's a vacancy. It may not necessarily create an overtime position, but it could. It's just, it all depends on how the shifts fall, who's working, who's available. In the union contract, they're allowed to have a certain amount of officers off per shift. So if we go below the minimum that we're required to do, we have to hire overtime.
And in that also, can you explain minimum staffing requirements by contract and by, how that works?
Sure. So the contract we have with the police union says that we must have at least 5 patrol officers working every shift, with the exception of a few on the midnight shift that can go down to 4. So we always have to do that, and we have to have, obviously, at least a supervisor. That's in the field. There are times where we have information that something may be occurring, we'll add more to the department. Not maybe weather related, but there's also events, street takeovers, all sorts of a variety of things we may get intelligence information on ahead of time, and we have to stack our shifts with more people. The assistant chief touched on something with events. If there's a large event and we need people to work, we have to put them out there, aside from the people that are in our patrol division. That's additional people that are working. If something goes awry at that event, we have to call people from the patrol sectors in the field to cover that. Or we may have to call the next shift in. It's happened before, where we've had uprisings at a variety of places within the town, and we have to get people in urgently. Doesn't happen all the time, thankfully, but it has happened. And we have to prepare for those things. And especially when we have information ahead of time, we always add people to the shifts.
Questions on staffing, overtime, anything like that?
Okay. Where would you like me to?
Do you want to go to fleet? You want to go?
Sure. So, the fleet is something we're always concerned with. And the reason for that is because if a car is in our patrol, that's under capital, I think it's page 173, at least on what I have.
In the material that Chief provided you, it's on page 27.
Oh, okay.
He's got his, it looks like this.
Okay, sure.
In the first selectman budget, there's 2 new cars in the budget and 2 from the special agency account, I believe, for a total of 4 cars. And if you just want to run through the fleet needs from there.
Okay. I think it's actually 3 from special revenue and 1 from the budget.
Oh, sorry. I had it backwards.
So the last few years, actually the last 3 years, this would be the 4th year running, our fleet has been reduced by 1 car a year. So if we stay with 4 cars this year, we'll be down 4 cars from the fleet overall in adding those 4 years together. The patrol cars are something that when they hit a certain mileage or they are not functioning as well as we would like them to be, we take them out of service from the patrol division, we put them somewhere else, because I don't want officers going to calls at high speeds with a car that's not reliable and safe, because they're either going to get stuck and not get to the call that they need to get to rapidly, or they're going to get in an accident and get hurt. And we have had a couple of incidences over the years where somebody has gotten stuck on the way to a call. So they need to be really performing well. So we would move them from a patrol fixed in the patrol division to maybe a school car, or some of the cars you see that are parked at the construction sites. We may drop a car down to our detective bureau and take the striping off of it. But that's a slippery slope also, because the detectives do respond to these calls. The detectives are driving all over the place. They're not just in Trumbull. They have to go distances for cases that they work, and I want them in a reliable, safe car. We call them our COVID cars. Some of the Fords that you see out in the field, they're very problematic. We've had brand new ones come to us that we've had to send back to the dealer because of problems with the car. And we still have some of those in our fleet. They're not as reliable as they'd like to be. A perfect example is one of our canine cars for the other working dog, since we got it brand new, has been in and out of service on a regular basis. It's got 65,000 or so miles on it right now. It just spent about 2 months at Park City Ford being repaired, which means he was either not working with the dog or we tried to put him in another car. At one point, Lynn Della Bianco, because her car was totaled, needed kind of our, I'm going to not spare, but one of our cars that's set up as a K9 car. She was using that. So it didn't allow us to have a car for him for a period of time. Just got the car back, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it has to go back to Ford because there's something wrong with either the transmission or the heat in the car right now. Is that right?
Well, just to touch on I'm Brian Weir, I'm Lieutenant at the Trumbull Police Department. So just to touch on, just what piggyback what Chief had said, K9-1, which is our K9 patrol officer's vehicle, it had transmission problems. So that was down in Park City Ford since mid-December. It was down there for 2.5 months. There was a water leak in it. The officer come out, there'd be 3 inches of water in the passenger side.
got it here.
That had to get worked. There was bugs. I mean, there's cars have been problematic. We still have a couple in the fleet that are out of warranty, but they've been having issues we've been trying to deal with, so.
So some of those cars, they're still in our fleet. We moved to buying the Dodge Durangos that you may have seen in the field. Much better car. We haven't had as many problems with the cars as we have experienced with the Fords. So we've made an adjustment there. And a lot of departments did the same thing because they were getting some of the Fords back and they just were not functioning. Even brand new, they had to send them back to the dealer in similar cases like as we did. So only getting 4 a year. We were on a track getting 5 a year for a period of time, and now having it reduced to 4 at times has created issues for us. We have a mechanic who's a very good mechanic. He does a lot of good work for us, but we also have, we just added that wellness dog. She needs a car just for her. It's not, you can't share the car with somebody else. The canine officer that's in the field, he needs a reliable car. I want to put a third SRO in the schools for this coming year. He or she need a car also. So as the department has grown back to close to the 80, 82 that we're authorized for, just getting 4 hurts us more than it did maybe a few years ago. So that 5th car is really, 5th, or be perfectly honest with you, a 6th car would be wonderful. Because we've added some of those specialty. We had an officer working at the mall full-time, first time ever a few years ago, thanks to the assistant chief who actually got us a $125,000 grant to start that program. Well, when we were short with so many people, we had to take that officer out and use him in patrol. But we want to put an officer back there. He or she are going to need a car also. So there's a multitude of reasons why we need additional cars. We generate, it's in your books, I think it's near the page with our fleets, between the fees that we charge for cars in the field and other revenue that comes into the department, it's about $500,000 a year. I am grateful for the fact that we haven't had the budget for every car the last few years, and some of the money has come out of that account. Because that's where most of that money is generated from, and that's where we should spend the money, is buying cars or repairing those cars, because that's where the money's generated from the officers working in the field. We charge $32 an hour for the cars. I would like to increase that a little bit. We have done a bit of a survey, and some departments charge much more than we do. I'm not looking to charge that kind of money, but probably a $35 an hour would be a fair rate, $35, $37 an hour, maybe even $40. I know some departments that charge $50 an hour for a car. I'm not looking to do anything like that. I want to be reasonable about that, but it does generate a lot of funding for us.
While you're flipping, Maria, can you talk about the special agency account? Do you want to do that now, or you want to wait?
So the special agency account is normally used for the revenue generated from the special detail jobs, and it pays for the officer, FICA benefits, and we've been paying 2 to 3 cars out of that account. And plus, it pays for some of the town services, such as the billing, the collecting, and so forth. Currently, there's a surplus, a deficit actually, for this fiscal year of $111,000, but year-to-date carry forward total is $937,000.
Can you explain that? Is that when billing hits, when?
Billing is, they bill as the work is done by the officers, and the officers will get pay that following week. The vehicles are purchased throughout the year, depending on when they can get the vehicles. And we charged for the town services as one total. I mean, we come up with a calculation for the year based on the service provided, and that can be provided to you guys as well. So that's $247,000. Excuse me.
So the balance at the end of this fiscal year will be, to carry forward for next year, will be 937 is your estimate?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I just also want to acknowledge that it always makes me laugh in municipal budget discussions that the more successful you are and the more you move up the ranks, the worse your car is. Just let everybody know I am acknowledging that. That doesn't work like that in corporate America, right? So as we go through that, did you all get a copy of this? This is the special agency account. Is it on your desks? I'll make sure you
No,
have a
I-
copy
I-
of what that looks like.
Did I?
That's okay.
No, I didn't pass it out.
So
I
we
will.
can talk about that and the cars. The cars are budgeted at 80,000,
Yep.
Maria, per car. And can you just explain how we do our car lease, how that works?
There are 3 vehicles that are $82,000 each, and there are 2 vehicles at $60,000 each. I guess it depends on what the equipment they have in them. We use the town leasing program, which means that we do purchase the car outright, but we'd only pay it over 5 years through the town. So it's not an outside lease, it's basically the general fund pays for it, and we just offset it over a 5-year operating account,
But
budget.
we're not paying interest on that.
We are not paying interest, we buy it outright. Basically, the general fund pays for it, and we just offset it in the budget over 5 years.
So what does the vehicle financing analysis on page 175 mean?
It just means that every year, 1/5 is taken out of for all the vehicles that's been purchased. For example, the first one, you have vehicles financed fiscal year '23, so they'll be coming up, that they'll be fully paid. So there's always one coming out.
So it's
So-
not interest costs, it's
No.
annual pay downs.
So the town pays the 80,000 up front. We just offset the budget over 5 years.
Got it, thank you.
What's the benefit of doing that?
It doesn't impact the budget all at once.
But if you're spreading out the cars every year and you're just adding to it the following year, what's the benefit to do that? I'm sure there has got to be one.
Well,
I'm just not.
Right now, we would have to still pay all these financing, but if we decide to purchase outright, then the whole 80,000 will be hit in the account, plus whatever is still off on the other vehicles. I understand if you're gonna start over, yes, 80,000, but you would have to pay off the old
Okay.
ones. Does
Got
it
it.
make sense?
I'll grasp that afterwards. But
Okay.
I'm sure I'll have more questions about it. I'm just trying to figure out how it fits in.
Okay.
And the special agency account sits outside of the operating budget, so that doesn't affect
No, we pay
the
those
budget
outright.
numbers.
They
So
hit
that's
that.
why those are in at 80 and the other ones are in at 60? No, or is that based on equipment for the cars?
I think it's based on equipment. They
It's a
can-
different car.
They can speak to that.
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me what the two
Yeah.
are that are at 60 and the others that are at 82?
Yeah, the two that are 60 are admin cars. They don't require graphics on them. They don't require the cages in the cars. They don't require in-car camera. They don't require roof lights. The list goes on, and they don't require a mobile data terminal in the car. They don't require the WatchGuard cameras that we buy. It's just the mark, yeah, I said mark. But the list just goes on and on. The patrol car costs much more to upfit than a detective's car does or an administrative car does. So the plan this year was to, we actually budgeted $82,000 because we did, there's always increases in either buying the cars or the equipment per car. So that would be, and then 60,000 to replace either an admin car or detective's car or specialty car or something like that.
Any questions? Go ahead, Paul.
Chief, my memory is failing me in this area. Can you review what, if any, history exists with regard to regional acquisitions of vehicles? Is there any regional cooperative agreements? I seem to recall in the past that existed.
Are you asking me or Maria?
I'm asking whoever has the answer to the question.
We have not engaged in that. I'm not certain, I can't really speak to any other department. We buy, generally, we buy the cars off the state bid price, which is less than if we just bought it outright from somebody else.
And is there a volume reduction?
I'm not aware of one.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Vin.
Could you speak to the need for the motorcycle? I don't see many motorcycles in Trumbull.
Well, we have motorcycles that are coming to end of life. Do you have any data on that? And we're trying to replace them one every year. Some of them are quite a few years old and need to be replaced. So we did replace, I believe, one in the last few years, and we're trying to replace some of the others because of they're just aging out. And we don't use them on regular routine patrol. You're not gonna see them for that. We wouldn't do that. But we use them for escorts, the parades. We use them for special events, Trumbull Day, things like that. We have the bikes out.
Yeah, they weren't on the vehicle list. That's why I asked the question.
I thought it was, oh, okay, I see what you're saying, the list itself,
Thanks.
yeah. Okay.
Chief, if you could, going back to your presentation, page 21, which is that chart that you had with all the vehicles, including their mileage, can you speak to the actual age of these vehicles? I believe we spoke about this last year, which is the mileage plus the idle hours. Can you talk to what the idle hours would mean in, I guess for everyone else, mileage on these vehicles? Just trying to get to an actual age of these cars.
I'll have Captain Allen speak to that. But he may have more information detailed than I do.
Yeah, just to touch on, I'm Don Allen, captain with the police department. Mileage, as you see, the hours and minutes are noted on the cars, but an hour of idle time is approximately 32 miles of run time. So these cars with high idle times, you know, it's not just the mileage, it's you have to add in the idle time, and our cars do obviously idle for considerable periods of time throughout the shift, and some of them are out 24 hours a day. So in addition to whatever the mileage is, we're adding approximately 32 miles per every idle hour, which takes a life and increases the oil changes and other maintenance that is required on the vehicles.
Any other questions on fleet vehicles, their maintenance, anything like that? Did you have a total on the number of bikes that you currently have,
What's our total?
roughly?
4 motorcycles right now. At one point, I think we had half a dozen.
Okay. There was a question on calls, of the way the calls for service were calculated.
Yep.
Was that you, Massimo?
Yeah, thanks, Laney. Yeah, no, I had just looked at the total call count and noted that, and sorry, I don't have it right in front of me, the last column, I believe, might have been 25. The total didn't equal the sum, so I don't know that that's a material at all as far as how it plays into anything. It was just a call out.
That's not, I'm trying to get to it myself right now, but that list is not all encompassing of every single type of call they go on. So it doesn't include all the others that
So
they
the
make.
total does not equal the sum of the rows.
Exactly.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, there's also some charts in the back of the book. Our page 22, calls for services, we chart monthly. We report that to the police commission as well. And you'll see year 24 and year 25. And then we break down criminal incidents, same thing, the same years. And then we break it down every month. And that's reported also, so you can see not every crime, but you'll see the criminal totals that we report.
Go ahead, Nikki.
Hi, Chief, and thank you. Thank you to your entire department.
Thank you.
I do have a question regarding motor vehicle stops. There's like a consistent incline there. What do you attribute that to? And
The increase in stops?
yeah, so I mean, it started back in 2020, 987, and then consistently moves up 2025 all the way to 2651.
Well, we want the officers to make contacts with people. It doesn't have to be a ticket. We don't require that whatsoever. But there's a variety of reasons. I'll start with why there's an incline. During COVID, cars were not stopped as much as they are today. If you went back to 2020, 2021, the numbers were very low across the state, probably across the nation, because of contact concerns. So over time, as we came out of COVID, officers just started making more contacts with people. When you make contacts with people, for whatever the reason might be, it's not, you stop the person for what they may have done or a light out or something like that, but it also sends a message to people who are coming through town or in town who may want to commit a crime that, boy, these guys, I don't want to commit a crime in Trumbull. I'm going to go to another town because I'm going to get stopped by them. It's an omnipresence you try to create by being out there, being visible. And the same thing for why you may see a car parked in front of a fire department or in front of a school is because we tell the officers they have mobile data terminals, computers in their cars to write their reports. So because we want to keep them in the field, we want their visibility. So we tell them, if you have to write reports, go park someplace right near the road, very visible, and again, it's a deterrent just sitting there. If someone was going to go up the street from where that officer's parked and commit some type of a crime, they might think twice about doing it because, gee, there's a policeman right down the street. So they have to write the report. I'd much rather have them out on a main road and visible to people than behind a building and nobody sees them.
Thank you. I can tell you, just been, when we door knock every 2 years, it definitely, I would say one of the top 3, one of the top 4 complaints I get from locals would be that, people speeding through their neighborhoods
Yep.
or using their streets as a cut
Yeah.
through and all that. So
Yeah.
I like to see this number go up. It's
Yeah,
a good
it's-
talking point there.
That's another reason because, and Trumbull's not alone. Believe me, I've speak to chiefs across the state. The driving of some people is really dangerous and atrocious. So we try to get them out there in saturated areas, especially where we get the complaints from residents because we want it to be a safer neighborhood. And that's another thing. We had to reduce our traffic unit. We had 2 full-time people for years in that division that would go out and do surveys when there was something that might need to be done, or do research on an area to try to come up with ways to make it a safer area, or if a contractor's gonna build something, we need to look at that, the effects, the impact to the community there. But we also use them to go and saturate these areas. So since we lost so many people a few years ago, we had to take them out of the full-time traffic position, put them in patrol, because we had to fill the shifts. I put one of them back a few months ago, and the second one will go back April 1st. So I'm hoping that those traffic numbers continue to climb by having full-time people dedicated to traffic enforcement, traffic research, and just a variety of reasons how we can make the road safer for everybody that's driving through Trumbull. I see it as much as everybody else does. It's just, where are you going? What is the rush, and cutting in and out of traffic, passing people on the right, variety of things that we don't like any more than anybody else does. So we did get more of the temporary portable traffic signs that flashes the person's speed if they go, over a certain speed. And we've put them in certain roads. We've put them on Stonehouse Road, we've Black House Road, we've put them on Shelton Road, White Plains Road, all over. And because it's not the same as having a police officer there and maybe making a stop, but I think most people, when they see that, their foot comes off the pedal a little bit. So it's a traffic calming without us having to be there. It's just a device to calm traffic a bit.
Thank you.
Awareness, yes.
And then-
Thank you.
The other notable, actually reduction there is domestic violence, down from 312 all the way to 96. What is,
That can't be right.
yeah, is that
That's not right.
incorrect?
We
Okay.
average about 300 a year.
Okay.
90s, what page are you on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at your grid here on 168.
The budget book, not there.
That's in
Oh,
our.
in the
that's
budget
in the
book. I'm
goals?
sorry, I don't have.
That's in our
yeah,
big budget
I don't
book.
have-
Thank you.
I don't think we have a copy of the other. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Well,
Okay.
this,
Okay. Thank you. Domestic violence, that does not make sense. It's closer to 300. That's either a typo or something happened there. I guarantee you it. I would love to see it drop that much.
Me too.
But,
That's why I noted.
And the
that,
social
yeah.
worker has helped a little bit in that
Yes.
regard. Because when you talk about domestic violence, sometimes it's a domestic violence call because of a substance abuse issue or a mental
Okay.
health crisis. Quite a few times it is. And that's another reason why we wanted a social worker. That's what they do. We
Yep.
go and we try to calm the situation. If somebody has to go to the hospital, we bring them. If we have to make an arrest, we make an arrest. But it doesn't mean somebody's getting help. So we're trying to reduce a variety of calls, not just domestic violence, but even medical calls. Because we do probably on average about, I would say, close to a call a day for a mental health call. And many committals we do throughout the year where we have to force a person to go to the hospital. And that's sad. It's very sad to see people in a crisis like that. So that's why, and I'm very happy that the first selectman supported it. The social worker has been a home run for her. She's actually
Yeah.
gotten letters and emails from family members saying, thank you. You saved my son's life. You did this, you did that. And since I'm already talking about her, what she does is, she tries to get people into the proper type of care and get them the resources that they may need, whether it's substance abuse or mental health, just a mental health issue. Substance abuse obviously is, but she'll try to get them to the right caretakers. And then what we ask her to do is she'll do, case management with that person along the way that, they're still going to whatever type of treatment it might be, whatever type of therapy it might be, and kind of do a case management of them along the way and get them to a much better place for them and their families.
Oh, I can say, just personally, I really commend you and what your department does in the way of mental health, and now the addition of your new
Yeah.
pet.
Yeah,
Our new pet.
Yeah, our new pet, yeah.
Yeah, so I really do appreciate that, and I
Yeah.
think the rest of the town does as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's really, I have to commend the officers. It's not me. It's not really anybody at this table. It's really the officers in the field. They're going to the calls and they're being empathetic or sympathetic to people. They're getting the information from that call to the social workers doing follow-up. I can't tell you, I mean, I see people and they go, oh, your officers had to come to my home or a business, or I just saw somebody Saturday night who works in town and was working with a learning disabled person, and there was a bit of a crisis. And she approached me. I didn't even know she was at the call, and she said, "I thank God your officers got there and did what they did. She said, I couldn't do it, and their help, they were tremendous." And we do a lot of training in that, more so in the last 10 years than ever, because it's prominent out there. We see a lot of it.
Mr. Pia.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. And all of you, I just want to say thank you for all that you guys all do, and it's appreciated. And your officers, I'm always marveled that they're social workers, they're medics, they're soldiers, they're...
It's true.
My oldest granddaughter 7 years ago was choking, and the police officer from Trumbull got there before the ambulance and literally saved her. So
thank God.
I'm grateful. And one of the things that I notice is the larceny from motor vehicles has gone down. Has it gone down, or is it people like me that just like, they broke into my car, but they didn't take anything,
Gotta lock your
and I'm not
doors.
gonna, is it just unreported?
There's definitely some people, I think, unfortunately, maybe got a little used to it and don't call us because we'll hear from somebody else and did you call us? But the most important thing I can say is lock your car doors. Don't leave your key fobs in them. I would say just about every single car that's stolen in Trumbull is because there's a key in the car or a key fob in the car. And at least 95% of every car of all the cars that are entered are because there's a door unlocked. And we see it. We have videos of people running through neighborhoods at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and just pulling on door handles. They pull on 2 or 3 cars, door handles that are in driveways. If they're all locked, they just run off and they go to the next house. So I would also like to speak to that. The reduction is because in about 4.5 years ago, Trumbull, along with area departments, Bridgeport, Stratford, Fairfield, Westport, and some other towns, created a task force. It's called Operation Wingspan. Initially, we got some funding from the state to help put somebody there. And with that, we assigned somebody to it. And all he did with the rest of this group of officers were go after stolen cars and the people stealing the stolen cars. And not just to get the car recovered and back to our resident, our victim, but also because most of the serious crimes that you see occurring are being done when somebody's driving a stolen car. Almost all of them are the shootings, the robberies, the things that we've experienced in Trumbull. It's a stolen car. So they've recovered dozens of guns. We just recovered 3 the other day in Bridgeport that were used in a call in Trumbull. And that's been a big impact to why you see these numbers go down. And because of awareness, we've been really advertising, lock your doors, things like that.
Thank you.
Mary? Oh, hold on. Go first. Mary?
Just back to speeding. License plate readers, what are your thoughts? I know there's, when you take the digital, taking my information potentials away, the positives of that, if that's something we would look into, especially around school zones, and I don't want to say revenue generator, but we are with the Board of Finance. But just for the whole safety of it.
Okay, so that would be speed cameras, not the license plate readers. Yeah, speed cameras. Some towns have done it. I do have somebody who oversees our traffic unit doing research and doing work on getting us approved to do that. It's about really like a 2-year process from start to end to get final approval. Yes, it would generate some funding. My thought would be to put them in school zones initially, and we could set them at a certain speed over the 25 miles an hour when people are going to school and being picked up in the afternoon, and then we could move it back up to whatever the speed limit is outside of school hours. I try to look at it, if we're going to do it, it should be based on safety. I'm concerned with revenue and things like that, but we should really do it for safety of people. Fairfield just got theirs approved. I don't know if they've been installed yet, but I've been working closely with them and other towns that have them, and it does generate revenue. There's no question about it.
Yeah, obviously, safety first.
Yeah, yeah.
We've talked a little bit about social issues and so forth. Can you talk a little bit about the, it's not a big budget item, but the Narcan program? Because it's
yeah.
something very interesting to me. How many Narcan interventions, do you generally have? And how well does that program work for us here in Trumbull?
Oh, we started that in 2016 when we were experiencing a lot of overdoses in town. And I don't have the exact number, but I think that year we used it at least 20 times and saved quite a few lives. Sometimes the same person more than once, repeat calls. We still do it. Many people, you can buy it now and just have it at your home. So I think our calls and usage of it have come down because we'll go to calls and people will tell us, I used Narcan before you got here, because they know that somebody in their family has an issue. It's been invaluable. There's no question in my mind that we've saved quite a few people.
Regular basis?
Yeah, regular basis. They use it all the time.
This weekend?
Yep.
Last weekend?
In the
just
mall,
say-
right?
No, in the center.
At the center. Yeah, we just used it this weekend. If it's somebody whose father had called us and said, my son's overdosing. They were in a car.
Go ahead.
Sorry to shift gears back here, but we were just talking about speed cameras in school zones. Have we given any thought to, and maybe I missed this, and we do it already, school bus camera enforcement? I know that they do it in surrounding towns, and not sure
Yes,
where we are here.
we have given great thought to it, and I've actually met with the company. The company presented a contract to the town. The town attorney looked at it, spoke with somebody within that company because they were concerned about tying us into a long-term contract, because the company wanted a 5-year contract initially. And I think the concern was, after it's used for a period of time, are we gonna now not generate the revenue to cover the cost of it? And the town attorney was concerned that we would be tied into a long-term contract that would now cost us money. They did try to negotiate a shorter-term contract, start out with a year, but the company wouldn't do it. We do, some of the buses already have a camera on it. It doesn't do the same thing that the bus patrol camera system does. But we have met with the bus company and we've encouraged them to report these violations to us. And they have, and we've issued tickets to people ourselves. Our patrol officers have. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I have one. Who? Oh, did you already? I just have one question, or one thing I'd like you to touch on. During our Board of Education meeting, in the list of potential reductions, they talked about reducing a security guard. Can you just, for information purposes, discuss the difference between a security guard at the high school and an SRO, and what their roles are in the building?
Sure. So the difference is a security guard guards people and property. And an SRO does that, but they also are part of the faculty. They teach classes, they create relationships with the students that are very helpful, where we've had students go to the SRO and say, listen, I don't know who to talk to about this, but so-and-so's in a crisis, or there's a problem with this, I don't know what to do. So it's another trusting relationship with an adult. They've done a lot of good work where we've had reports to us from other agencies, from students and parents and federal agencies, that a student might be online and threatening to harm themselves or harm others. And the SRO jumps right on that. The nice thing about it is, over time, they get to know the children that are in the classes, in the schools, and they get to know what types of problems they may be dealing with on a regular basis, or home life situations like that, that a security guard may but might not do. It's the SRO's job to do that, to be integrated within the school, get to know the students, and work with the faculty. Our SROs work very closely with the security officers on a regular basis, but there's definitely a difference. And the SRO's armed, right? They have authority to make an arrest if they need to, which we really try to have them avoid doing. If most of the time it's just a referral to a youth diversionary team, like which used to be called the JRB. They've changed the name of it. Most of the time, those types calls in the schools will be referred. He does those referrals. If there's an arrest that has to be made, we really try to avoid having the SRO do it in the school, because we just don't want them in that light that they're now arresting kids, and I'd rather have a patrol officer go to the school and take somebody. But they do a lot of things. They're armed naturally. They're in a uniform. They create a presence of there's a uniformed officer here. They all have a marked police car, so that's in front of the school also. Sometimes they have to go to a different school, so they park that car in front of another school at different times randomly. It creates, again, that omnipresence as much as we'd like to do.
Go ahead, Mary. Thank you, by the way.
On the drones, I was looking into that very interesting, so I thought it might be helpful if you could discuss that a little bit, and then if you've been able to, or Rena, look into any kind of grant funding for that. I saw that Bridgeport and Stamford had received some pretty significant grants, but it sounds like a great thing to implement.
It's great. I mean, as everybody knows, we have a lot of trails in town, a lot of areas where people can hike and go on bikes and everything. If somebody gets lost there or hurt someplace, it's really hard for us to get to them or find them. We send officers in on foot or on however they get in there, and then they have to walk around looking for somebody. You put a drone up, you can cover a massive area without having multitude of police officers out there or whoever is doing the search. They're used for escape people. They're used for if somebody, an autistic person walks off, an elderly person walks off who doesn't know their surroundings or where they are. If we use a drone, we should be able to find them much quicker. I'm going to have Lieutenant Weir speak a little bit about that, but we did start the program. We have trained people. We have to buy one. It's a public safety matter, not just for my officers to help them, but it's for the people in town that are out there, and if we need it. Okay.
Yeah, as far as talking about getting funding and stuff like that, I haven't looked into that too much, but just to touch base, I'm just learning about this drone program too. It's technology, it's up and coming. There's a lot you could do with it. It's save on manpower. For instance, we got the valley here. God forbid you got somebody gets lost in there or somebody's injured. We get reports of people injured in the woods somewhere. So now instead of sending people out there on foot to try to track them down, you can send a drone up. The ones they have heat-seeking stuff, so you could kind of pinpoint where somebody, is. It cover a lot of ground a lot quicker, and get to them quicker. At nighttime, you got somebody in there as well, with flashlights and a couple manpower walking through the woods. How long is that going to take to find somebody? And there's so many different benefits for it. Just for instance, and I discussed this before, they had the incident in Stamford a few months ago where they had the barricaded subject. They sent the SWAT teams and the Bearcats, and the guy was in the building shooting at the police. Well, they sent drones up, and they could look in the windows and see where the guy is, and and kind of get a better idea of what's going on. You might have an incident, at the mall or something, and maybe there's, you can send somebody up and watch. A friend of mine is in Bray, California Police Department, and they have drones, and they had a report of fraud going on, and some guys went in, it's high-end fraud, and they went into their business or jewelry store or whatever to do their fraud. Well, they sent their drone up, and they watched the people walk in. It's all recording everything. People came out, got into a car, changed the license plates, and by the time they got in the car, the police already had them boxed in, and they took them into custody, nobody getting hurt. I mean, there's so many different scenarios that we could use it for. It's just up and coming, and it saves on manpower, and it's fantastic. So,
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you a perfect example. Fairfield, about a month ago, had a home invasion of heavily armed people who were going into a house you've probably heard about. I'm not going to get into details of how it worked, but they used their drone because 3 of the 4 took off on foot. It was 3:30 in the morning. very hard to find these people. It was a residential area near a business district. And one of the things that they found on their drone was one or two of the people hiding on top of a business nearby. They saw that on the drone later, and then they ended up finding some money dropped and a variety of different things that occurred. But it's a really big help, and it's something if we don't get on top of quickly, it's just we'll be behind.
Any other questions? Hi, Paul.
Chief, do you know what the difference is between the drone that you're requesting here at $22,000 and the one you could buy at Walmart for $1,000? What's the difference between the two instruments?
Well, one of the things Lieutenant Weir just mentioned, they're heat-seeking, they're more durable, they'll probably last longer on a battery life, they'll send us recording back, you know, there's just, it's just much more durable. It comes with a, the $1,000 ones are, I'll be perfectly honest, they're nice for home and they're fun to use, but it's more of a toy than a tool. This is a tool that we expect it to last. And $22,000, yeah, it's $22,000, but I can think of an area town just spent $600,000 to get 3. So I think the drone, we had officers who are drone operators, do research and go to other departments that already have them and try to find out what's going to be the best fit for us, what's going to work best for us, and what's durable. And the one that we've identified here is the one that we feel will be best for us and provide us with the coverage and needs that we would use it for.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Just some related questions on the drones, which I think is a great asset. What's the expectation of when it would be in service? Would be the first question. Along the lines of durability and longevity, how long do we expect them to last? And if it is a successful program, would there be a case for additional drones?
So would go into usage as soon as we got it. So we would order it as soon as it came in. We already have the officers that are trained. I think it's 4 days of training, plus you have to take a test with FAA to be licensed to use it. They've already done all of that. We have, I think, half a dozen officers who've gone through that program. So they're all trained, ready to use it. We've had demonstrations at the department with our drone users, with the vendors. So there's really not any training that we would be behind on, and we'd use it immediately. It's a 5-year plan, as you see, so I would suspect that it would last at least 5 years. At some point, would we be looking to get another one? Possibly, depending on the needs that we see. But we've selected people from each of the 3 shifts because we want to have somebody on duty 24 hours a day as much as we can. If we do have to use the drone, we don't have to call somebody in from home to launch it. They can launch it right from work.
Thank you. Great call out on having availability 24/7. Would there be a potential expectation you would train additional officers following this year so that there'd be additional coverage?
Yeah, sure, sure. I mean, there's a cost to sending people to the class. So we started with the 6. I think the class was about $800 or something like that. And we also have to make sure that we have people that are, we tried to gauge it with when people were working so they don't miss too much work. We don't have to backfill as much with overtime. We always try to look at those things ahead of time. But yeah, definitely would be interested in training more people, sure.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions, drone or otherwise? Okay, you want to go ahead.
Is this working? First of all, I always say thank you to all of you, your department, your officers, for the job that you do to keep us all safe 24/7. And I just wanted to reassure anyone here at this meeting and who's listening that the chief and I, and several of you as well, meet frequently. And one of our main topics of conversation is speeding. Certainly the chief knows that we do talk about enforcement, all the other different things we can do. And like Nikki said, it is a common topic when we're out knocking on doors, and it certainly was this year, of that problem escalating. And I thank you for putting up a sign on Stonehouse. That is, an access way to
Yeah.
Madison Avenue and to
Sure.
Main Street, and people just race on that road. So hopefully that will help
Yep.
to slow people down. But I do want people to know that this is a common topic everywhere. Certainly if you're driving on Route 25, Route 8, those two roads are scary, right? There's just people racing all the time. So thank you for all that you do. I just wanted to make that comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have to say again that it's really the officers in the field that are doing the bulk of all the work. They're the ones that respond to your emergencies, our emergencies. They're the ones that are out there 24/7. When it was really cold this winter and there was a lot of snow, they were here. We didn't have any problems with people working double shifts. They knew what they had to do. They knew it was kind of their Super Bowl, and they stepped up and did it, even though they were leaving, they were leaving their families at home too, right? It wasn't like, so that's a difficult thing to do at times too when the weather's that bad. So they had to go home after working a double and do their driveways like the rest of us did. So I'm very proud of what they did.
I just want to say thank you so much for coming this morning.
Thank you.
And to do that. If there's follow-up questions, I'll send them over. And I'm so happy that we have the dilemma of having to fill your salary account fully and not have to
Yeah.
figure out how many are still doing that. So keep that up,
Yep.
right?
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break before we start our next department.
Okay.
Because we have a couple things we've done.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate
Okay. When everybody, you can get your coffee and caffeinated, and when everybody has a minute, we're going to be moving on in our budget hearing to our next department. We'll start with emergency management. It's on page 223. So if everybody wants to find that spot. Just so everybody's aware, on budget days, cookies have no calories. There's no carbs in bagels. And caffeine's a 2-for-1 special. All right. I'm going to try to make it through the next segment without my pen leaking all over the place. Oh, good. I'm sorry? No, I'm good. I got one. Megan Murphy is here with us today to talk about emergency management, the fire marshals, and our fire hydrants and all that good stuff. So we'll start on page 223. Good morning. Good morning. I think you just have to hit the green button on the bottom right there, and you should be good to go.
All right, good morning. Thank you. Would you like me to start with successes and accomplishments and goals and objectives, all that fun stuff? Okay. So for successes and accomplishments, big stuff that we have accomplished, preparing for mass casualty and full-scale exercises. We're doing a full-scale Region 1 exercise. That's still ongoing. As you know, we have installed lightning detection throughout the town. Many of you have heard it going off. Some of you love it. Some of you might not love it. I personally love it. We have implemented Crisis Track and working through the state with that process. We're about 70% implemented with that. We have applied for and attended several grant-funded emergency management conferences this year. I was fortunate enough to go down to the International Association of Emergency Managers Conference down in Louisville, Kentucky this year, and also attended a conference, both myself and my deputy, for weathering the storm up at the Mohegan this year. We've bolstered our PSAs, that's ongoing. We've working on closing out our FEMA recovery reimbursement mitigation efforts from the August 18th severe rain event. We're about 80% with that, and we also closed out and executed a $20,000 emergency management competitive grant that we received for $20,000 to enhance our emergency operations center. For next year, one of the big things that we are looking to do is to conduct a functional exercise with all emergency services, including the police department, fire, emergency management, and also EMS. Revitalize Trumbull's local emergency planning commission. This is something that's really being pushed by the state with our LEPC. We want to continue to enhance our storm ready designation with the National Weather Service by continuing to enhance our storm ready protocols. Ensure the town's response capabilities and plans are matched to address existing and emergency school and cyber threats. Obviously, we're always looking to strengthen our schools' readiness for any threats that are coming down. Continue to work with the region to coordinate mission-ready relationships, enhance our utilities, work with our surrounding towns and state agencies. I'm really pleased with the relationships that we have with our surrounding towns and our state. Create specific and seek grants for replacement of our mobile command post, and then complete our biennial revision and certification of our local emergency operations plan. We are really being pushed with by the state where we have to add additional annexes, and it's going to be an extremely heavy lift that we have to create 2 additional annexes in the LEOP where we have to do a targeted violence annex, and we also have to do a youth camp annex to put into our LEOP, and it's an extremely, extremely heavy lift that we have to do. We're working heavily with the state to figure out how we're going to do it. So we'll see. But
Well, I, for one, cannot wait until you start like joint exercises with all the other people in town to do your drills, because I can't wait to see what social media looks like. There are sirens. Does anybody know what's going on? I saw a police car go by. I can't wait. That'll be so much fun.
people love that. Yeah. So, as far as the budget goes, the one thing you will see a large increase in is the salary overtime account. There's been an increase in that for $4,200, and the reason for that is to cover the overtime costs for EMS and PD. And what that is to cover the overtime costs to cover the townwide drill that we are trying to host. We have been working very, very diligently with EMS, PD, fire, emergency management to strengthen our policies and procedures as a townwide response agency for responses for things like into the valley, just throughout the town. Good example, that unfortunate incident that we had the other day on White Plains Road, just where it takes all agencies responding. How are we going to respond? What is the best way to do things? So this money is to cover townwide drill as to practicing putting those new policies and procedures into place. So it's to cover the overtime costs to run a townwide drill. So that is what that is for. It is very, very much needed. So I beg of you, please do not cut that. Pretty much everything else has remained the same. The first selectman did choose to reduce the displaced residents' money from $12,000 to $6,000 based on historical usage. I'm fine with that. Knock on wood. We've been very fortunate the past couple of years where I have not had to remove anybody from their home. Hopefully I won't have to remove anybody from their home. So that, right now, I'm fine with that reduction. Everything else pretty much seemed to stay the same. The only other thing that I did ask to increase was for program supplies. Obviously, everybody knows that office supplies are increasing, food is increasing. In the 402 account, I just asked that, I increased $500. Literally, I wiped out, I don't know why it's not showing, because the money has gone through, the bills have been implemented, but literally I wiped out my entire account in one weekend for that blizzard. So that account's pretty much already zeroed out already. So if we have another storm, unfortunately, I will be back to you for a supplemental. So that, I did increase that account just due to the costs of everything rising. But for pretty much everything else, it has remained the same.
Any questions on emergency management? Paul?
Yeah, Megan, your first item on the list of successes and accomplishments, the emergency operation plan with your regional partners. Are there any costs associated with that?
No.
Go ahead, Dave.
Am I jumping the gun to ask a question about fire hydrants?
No, I mean, it's another budget, but we can ask now.
For anybody wants to look, fire hydrants are on
213. So back in my town council days, when I first started, my first budget, I saw, I think it was about $1.1 million for fire hydrants. And I asked everybody that had been around before me, what's this for? Nobody knew. Everybody just said, it's there every year, we just paid. I think they flushed the fire hydrants or something. Nobody really knew, so I called Aquarian. And I got a nice lady on the phone. I said, well, what's this for? And she said, that's your fire prevention. And I said, what's that mean? And she said, that's your fire prevention. And I said, so this went on and went from comical to annoying. I said, so you're going to tell us you're preventing any fires if we give you $1 million? She said, of course not. She put her boss on the phone, And he explained that it's for having the pipes in the ground and it's their pipes and whatever. And of course I said, so you have your pipes in our ground? And he laughed and he said, but we pay property taxes to the town of Trumbull for those pipes being in the ground. Can somebody tell me if that's actually true and what the difference is between what they pay us and what we pay them for the fire hydrants?
That I'm gonna defer to
I will
Maria.
find out. I'll find out what they pay.
But they do actually pay us property taxes for their pipes in the ground?
I will check.
Okay.
Specifically, I will definitely check.
Mr. Timpanelli says yes. Thank you.
I don't know what the number is, but they do.
Yeah. This is an account we talk about every year.
Yes.
And Elaine Hammers used to talk about this account until she had a fire at her home, and then she's like, whatever it costs. Whatever it costs. So we don't actually, it's a fee that they provide us. We don't get to negotiate that, I don't
And they
believe.
did say the state, and again, I don't know if it was true that they pay property taxes. I don't know if it's true that but he said the state regulates the fee and,
Yeah.
you know,
I think it's a per hydrant, and that's how they calculate it, and then they break it down, so.
Well, UI pays a tax, right? So,
Yeah.
Polls.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on fire hydrants or emergency management? All right, on to the fire marshal's account, the fire marshal's department 203, page 203.
Yeah. So for successes and accomplishments with that one, implement digital tools to streamline inspections and reporting. We've moved to an online inspection system with that. Increase community outreach to educate residents and business about fire prevention measures. We've been just increasing our fire prevention, going out doing more educational speaks. Collaborating with local emergency services to enhance readiness for various emergency scenarios, and work with schools to develop tailored fire safety and education evacuation plans for students with disabilities and special needs. Obviously, we have a very large SRP population in this town, so we've really been trying to work with the schools to try and develop plans specific for those students. For next year, facilitate proactive safety by participating in pre-design meetings with architects and engineers for upcoming construction projects. So we have a very, very, very large number of construction projects coming for the upcoming year. So we've really been trying to facilitate and meet with as many of those pre-design teams as possible to try and make sure that those projects go as smoothly as possible. Reduce processing time and manage the issuance of specialized permits regarding blasting, open burning, and fireworks within a specific time frame. Just trying to speed up the process of those permits. And then serve as a functional hub for the local emergency planning committee, the LEPC, and maintain prepared presence in the emergency operations center to ensure coordinated townwide response to large-scale disasters. As far as the budget goes, as you will see right now, I do have a vacancy is in the full-time account and in the part-time account. I'm hoping to have those positions filled by the end of this current fiscal year. That is my hope.
Are those existing positions that you're replacing, or are they new positions?
There are existing positions that are vacant right now that I'm hoping to refill. Overtime right now, we're just ran into the negative, but we do have some bills that are outstanding that should bring me back to zero. Pretty much everything else we kept the same. The only thing we were looking to do was to increase capital outlay. For capital outlay, we just wanted to, we have a fire investigation trailer across the street that was unfortunately broken into and vandalized. We wanted to, it wasn't enough to put an insurance claim in, so we wanted to just purchase the equipment that was stolen out of there And then also, we wanted just to be able to purchase some lighting for when we are conducting fire investigations.
Where was it parked that it was broken into?
Behind the Parks and Rec building across the street. You'll see, if you look over there,
Yeah.
I have 3 trailers parked over there. 2 are for emergency management, and then 1 is a fire investigation trailer that I have. They went over and they cut the locks on all the trailers and stole equipment out of all the trailers.
And we didn't have any cameras over there.
No. Nope. So we're just trying to replace some of the equipment that was stolen out of them. So for the most part, that was all, pretty much just trying to keep it level.
Any questions for Megan? Go ahead, Bob.
Megan, do you yet have any thoughts or any data with regard to the impact on your work as fire marshal and emergency services director from the multi-unit residential housing developments that have happened over the last 4 or 5 years?
As far as emergency management goes, is the impact on that. The only impact I would have would be is if we had a large-scale disaster where we had to shelter residents, which is why when they go through pre-development phase, I really try and encourage these developments to put in generators to be able to keep the residents sustained within their own facility. As far as fire marshal impact, it's just an additional yearly inspection that has to be completed, and then obviously the subsequent follow-up re-inspections.
And that's a per unit
That's a per
inspection,
unit
right?
inspection. So the impact is obviously more significant on the fire marshal's end than it is on the emergency management end, which was why I had added on the additional staff a couple of years ago, which
And
is
there's
why
a
I need to
fee-
get the position refilled.
There's a fee involved with those yearly
No.
inspections? No.
No,
That's
because
just
it's-
required by the state?
Because it's required by the state, it's very difficult to implement a fee on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions on fire hydrants, the fire marshal's department, or emergency emergency management? Well, that was easy.
That's easy.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Colin should be here in a minute, right?
It's out there.
Oh,
I saw red anyways.
all right. We'll be moving on to EMF. Page 191.
Morning.
So, you could sit up, he's sitting over there. Get to sit.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you? Good, thanks. If you guys want to look, we're on page 191 in our budget books as far as following along with your department. If you just kind of want to give an overview and introduce yourselves, and then we'll ask you lots of questions.
Great.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name's Colin Bassett. I'm the chief of EMS for the town of Trumbull. Good to see you all again. With me, as always, is my deputy chief, Andrew Weber. I've been with Trumbull now coming up on, I believe it's 2.5. Start at the end of 2023, so I'm not new anymore. It's not my first day. So one of the main focuses since I've been here is kind of meeting the needs of the community that we have, EMS-wise, increasing community, growing community, more calls for service, providing that level of public service and safety that EMS, in my belief, really should be, not just a take people to the hospital ambulance service. So in 2025, some of the things that we've been working on to meet those goals is upgrading our radio system, working with the Department of Finance, the state, and Norcom, who provides our radios. We've pretty much finalized the steps of that process so that in this year, hopefully by the end of the summer, we can have a fully upgraded radio system on the state core network, which just increases communications and interoperability between us and our partners. I mean, we kind of learned that firsthand when dealing with St. Joe's, how important that actually is. We spend a lot of time working with other departments in the community, doing training, having meetings. Most recently, within this year, we've come up with a sort of, I guess it's a monthly training schedule with the fire departments in town, kind of giving first aid training to them, going over operations so that when we meet up on a scene, we're better able to work together, and currently working on that with PD as well. Some of the newer officers that come in, they do their initial medical training is not necessarily always offered by the academy, so it's done in-house. And rather than just leave it as an in-house with one department, bringing us in as well. So it just kind of gets people to see other faces, and then that just translates to better unit cohesion on scene. One of the things that we've done over the last several fiscal years is we've added more full-time personnel. We've done it in a conservative manner, making sure that we're sort of hitting those key performance indicators as we move on, with the main focus being mutual aid and reducing our reliance on mutual aid. We've been able to institute a deployment change to our staff, essentially adding an extra truck on the weekends, adding another provider on the overnight. So instead of having one transporting unit, now we have one transporting unit, one responding unit. So essentially there's two emergencies that can be responded to. So we've been able to reduce our reliance on mutual aid by a pretty good portion by covering those key areas. We're kind of trying to be as clinically progressive as we can. We instituted this year a whole blood policy, so we carry low titer O negative blood, O positive blood on the ambulance currently. We have a unit that's able to be deployed for, there's specific medical emergencies where you need blood and surgery, and we can't do surgery, but we can give blood. So that was a pretty big project, and it worked out pretty well. We've got a pretty robust in-house clinical education program. We do call reviews regularly. If you've ever watched a medical show like ER, they'll do M&M rounds. So it gives us a chance to kind of go over calls that we've had that are high acuity, or if anything went out of the ordinary, and kind of break it apart, so that every provider that's there gets education credit towards renewing their license, and then they also get to sort of get some takeaways, and it'll have them be a better provider when they go out there, because they'll maybe learn something, or learn what mistakes were made or areas for improvement, and take that and put it into their practice. We've been working pretty closely with Public Works to kind of revitalize our preventative maintenance program. So we've ambulances, a lot of people like to think they go fast. They don't go very fast. They're big squares. They weigh 13,000 pounds, but they do get worked pretty hard. Like, the definition of extreme driving is not driving fast. It's kind of that you're not doing anything, and you're driving, and then you're not driving. So we have every Wednesday a vehicle goes down to Public Works to get preventative maintenance, and that's regardless of the amount of miles on it, and that will, extend the life of the vehicle, rather than waiting for a problem to show up and then fix the problem. If you do this regular maintenance schedule, you're going to reduce your costs of repair, and then you're seeing everything's getting seen once a month, and it's getting preventative maintenance, oil change, tires rotated, brakes checked, monthly safety checks too. So that's been going pretty well for us. I'm definitely going to keep that up. I would never not do that with vehicles that are used in the sense that our vehicles are used. Goals for next year. One of the things we want to do is definitely that radio system. We have the final quote in through that. That's through a bond we have that'll be done through NORCOM. That'll completely replace all of our radio systems, put them on the state system. We'll be able to have anywhere essentially in the state of Connecticut. If you have a Trumbull EMS radio, you will be able to talk and be heard. And also, obviously, in town and any building in town, we will be able to communicate in here. Currently, we don't have great building penetration, so if you go inside of a building, which is, I would say, the majority of our calls happen inside a residence, or if you're in a building where they have a lot of doctor's offices, the deeper in you go, the less radio communication you have. That would not be a problem with the new radio system. We're getting back on a schedule of vehicle replacement. Most of this is being done in the capital plan. Some of this is being done out of this budget, hopefully. They kind of ran into a hiccup some time ago with, I believe it was 903, an ambulance that was purchased from what I believe is a reputable ambulance company. However, the ambulance that they send us did not actually pass the state of Connecticut requirements for an ambulance, so that kind of hindered the replacement process, trying to replace a vehicle after 7 years of use. At that 7-year point, I mean, it's been driven hard, it's been used pretty roughly for a long time. It's not just like a daily driver vehicle, so that wear and tear shows up a lot more on an emergency vehicle than it does on, say, a personal vehicle. We want to continue with our townwide training initiatives with other town departments. I believe either next week we're going to be meeting with the Parks and Rec Department, going over CPR first aid for their staff as they get into the farmers market season, just so people know what to do if they're on scene if there's an emergency. Want to continue to focus on our deployment pattern, make sure that the changes that we make, we're making responsibly and not just making them because I come here and say we should make them. We still want to focus on an EMT program. We initially attempted to do an EMT program, partnering with an outside company. We did not get enough people registered, so we just kind of tabled that for now, and we want to continue to work towards that. We wanted to do it a little differently than current EMT programs. So if you wanted to be an EMT now, you'd have to find a program, you'd have to pay for it, you'd have to take the class, and then you'd have to go try to work somewhere, and a lot of times you're told you need to volunteer, and there's extra certifications and training that you need to get, sort of, corporate compliance, bloodborne pathogens, things like that you don't necessarily get out of an EMT class. So what our kind of vision for that was to be a more like a job-ready EMT class, so that at the end of that class you would have those extra certifications, you would be driver trained, you would have medical control in the region, and then hosting like a job fair. Love you to work here, but here's plenty of our partners that you can work with. I think a rising tide raises all ships. The more that we enhance public safety region-wide, which would be Fairfield County for us, or statewide, it just kind of helps everybody out. Again, continue to provide that support to other town departments with EMS planning, Trumbull Day, large events, snowstorms. Not going to win that. We don't have any more of those. But, just being that other component of public safety. We do work with local and state partners on initiatives through legislative initiatives, bills that are focused towards EMS and advancing EMS, and also advocacy, and just continue to be that service that is not only meeting the needs of the community, but hopefully exceeding them, so.
Good. Questions for EMS, or would you like them to walk through budget stuff first? You want to go for some questions first? Nathan?
Go ahead and go whatever order you want to go.
Do you want to go through some budget highlights first, or you want to take some questions?
I'm good for questions.
All right, go ahead. We'll go Nathan, Massimo, and Paul.
So on your continuing education program, I assume that's accredited. Is that, are those accredited?
Yeah, so they're done through, they're CAPC accredited, so we have EMSIs or EMS instructors on staff, so that's submitted to state of Connecticut for approval. So you do get credit for them, and you don't have to be an EMT if you're in healthcare. For example, we have a Department of Public Health nurses that come to these CMEs as well, because they can get credit for them, and they're CAPC approved courses, so.
And on the EMT program, what would that training program generally cost?
So would probably be around $1,300 to $1,800 per student, depending, and that's a pretty standard rate. You'll see programs that say, you know, $800 you could be an EMT, but you know they don't. You know, the cost of uniforms, the cost of books, or you know the cost of getting your own insurance. So that's like it would be an all-inclusive cost, not a la carte cost.
And do like the community colleges or anything like that run programs in this?
Yeah, they do. I know UB runs one, and I don't believe you have to be a student to be in that one. Sacred Heart runs a program, but you do have to be a Sacred Heart student to do that program.
Right. Thank you.
Yep.
Massimo?
Yeah, just had a question on the whole blood program. Now that it's implemented, what does it take to maintain that year over year?
So right now, the cost has been absorbed by Bridgeport Hospital, who did the program, because it's a pilot program. So it's going to be a pilot program for at least a year, and maybe slightly longer. So they were the ones that provided the agencies that were qualified to do it with the equipment needed, and then the cost year over year. I don't have an exact number, but as they switch to a different program, it's Delta Systems versus the old one we were using, and it's a much easier program as far as like the QA side of managing it. It's 99% takes care of itself. There's no sort of like institutional or mechanical or kind of weird administrative issues that could happen with it, like losing Wi-Fi or batteries dying, or losing data because you took it away from the place that had Wi-Fi. This would take care of that, and just rough number. I believe it's roughly, whenever the pilot program is over, it would be $1,000 per year, and that's the subscription cost for the cooler, the warmer, and the ice box that you put the blood in. So that's still would be provided from the hospital, but in order to have the online subscription to do all the monitoring, it would be per unit of blood that you have. So we have one for Trumbull EMS has one. Not like every unit you get. It's just like we can only at any given time distribute one unit, and it's to be $1,000 a year.
Okay, great. So
Yep.
minimal ongoing.
Very minimal.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Definitely worth it.
Go ahead, Paul.
Colin, can you comment briefly on the state and the condition and functionality of your building?
It's a 50-year-old building, and it comes with 50-year-old building issues. We work on the, we had an issue with the boiler. We lost heat. You're gonna run into issues that you have with a 50-year-old building. Would I like a new building? Absolutely. Is our building functional? It sure is. There's nothing in there in the current condition that prevents us from doing our job. It's just not a modern building. Likely in the next couple of years, as OSHA regulations ramp up with regards to vehicle storage and crew quarters, there might be some retrofitted renovations that we would be required to do, depending on when those go into effect, those regulations, that it would probably have a bit of a heftier price tag, which I don't know the exact, figures off the top of my head. I mean, we're definitely in the, nothing less than six figures. But I don't know what the timeline would be or how much that would look.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
Go ahead, Vin.
I noted that in year-to-date, you're over in overtime significantly. And then I'm looking at the request for new staff vis-a-vis the overtime, which the first selectman has reduced. And then I'm looking at the out-of-town coverage or the per diem coverage. So could you speak to all of that as to how this all is going to work and the timing for some of the additions? Because I think that's relative to how the costs will be impacted. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, so our overtime budget was up significantly this year. There were a couple of factors to that. We did do the deployment change, so we had added more positions on the road. We had hired all of those positions, and then we unfortunately, due to circumstances outside of our control, one of those providers could not remain in that position. I don't think I can talk about that out of executive session, but that left a gap that we had planned for somebody to be in. Like, that left an entire essentially almost 6 months that we had to scramble, get a new person onboarded and hired. So that significantly increased that overtime cost. With the numbers that we had put in with the based on like the full-time and per diem, we're pretty confident that the numbers that we calculated out, not including any external things that would happen that we're not prepared for, that those would be fairly, stable numbers and easier to gain. I mean, the per diem coverage line, I mean, that's a line that's unpredictable. Like, I think I've said this pretty much every year. I mean, we depend on per diem coverage, but with full-time personnel, I guarantee coverage, so that person that's full-time, the 40 hours is accounted for them one way or the other every week. Whereas per diem, we depend on them, we rely on them. We have a great group of per diems that really show up and help out, but it's relied upon coverage versus guaranteed coverage. So, the hope is that with this year increasing the full-time staff, even with a deployment change, adding that extra person on the overnights, we would still be able to stay within those numbers.
I guess the question would be that at the end of all these changes that are on here, what will it look like? Will we have 90% of our coverage be by town people, or 80%? And, how much are we dependent on other towns for coverage or other sources?
So okay, so if we do the deployment change with the extra person, it would be roughly 70% of what is in the town EMS-wise at any given time will be covered by Trumbull EMS employee. 70% would be full-time, and the other 30% of the week would be that per diem coverage. So they still, Trumbull EMS employees are still wearing a Trumbull EMS uniform. What that deployment change will do for the outside of resources is hopefully reduce the reliance on on mutual aid coming in. So we targeted areas we knew, like we were seeing mutual aid on nights particularly. So if you, for example, have an ambulance respond to an emergency, whatever the emergency is, that ambulance is on that emergency, and then they can't respond to another one. Now, with increasing the deployment on the overnight, with the paramedic in the fly car and the 2 EMTs in the ambulance, you have somebody that can respond to that emergency and transport, and now you have somebody that can also respond to an emergency and render care. And so if a mutual aid ambulance comes in, our provider would go with that ambulance, or if our ambulance is able to clear up from their call in the hospital, which happens, they can come back and then they can transport. So it allows us to cover that call. And that also, leads to us also increasing, the revenue that we can generate. I mean, just on like the winter storm alone, the potential revenue that we could have generated from the amount of staff that we had there on the calls that we had was $14,000 roughly more than we would have had we not had that extra deployment.
And one last question.
Yep.
Is it difficult to recruit staff for these positions?
No, it isn't. We did, in the last fiscal year, we instituted a sort of bridge program called the Grade B program. So that was for EMTs that are in paramedic school that become paramedics that are currently sitting as an EMT. It gives them a chance to enter into the Grade B program. So they're able to kind of get that in-house experience working as a paramedic, where you're not saying, go get experience outside, then come back. I don't want to send people away to get experience. I want them to be able to stay in. So that offers a pathway for people that are EMTs that become paramedics to transition up to that paramedic role if they become available. So we have 2 people currently in an EMT class that will be done before the new fiscal year starts. They will be paramedics. And then we also have 3 people currently that are in an EMT program that, when Luik and...
It'll be like this time next year.
Yeah, roughly around this time next year, those 3 will also be done with their paramedic program. So we have a step system for people to kind of get into those roles.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you still have volunteers within the EMT?
We do. Yep, we do have increases. I would say about as much as it decreases. Our volunteer, we have volunteers that have been here for a very, very long time, since the beginning. And I mean, not the beginning. Just recently, just like yes. And then we do get a lot of high school and college students that come in. We have the core group that kind of stick around.
And we have volunteers that are working towards being paid EMT, and you have volunteers that just out of the goodness of their heart, this is what they do.
Yep. So so we have, since I've started, there have been volunteers that have become per diem EMTs that are now full-time EMTs that are now on their way to becoming paramedics, and so it's really nice to see that progression within the agency. I mean, because it does. It's there is a career path here. It's not just volunteer, get experience, and then thanks for your time, goodbye. There is a future in it.
I think your volunteer hours also count towards PA school applications and things like that.
Yep. Yeah.
That's awesome that there's just people that are doing it just to volunteer and I just want to say thank you to all of you, paid volunteer, for everything that you do for the people of the town. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
The hours needed for license renewal that you're providing in-house training, how many hours do they require a year, roughly?
It's about 48. Depending on whether you're a paramedic or an EMT, they're kind of on 2-year cycles or 3-year cycles, but nobody's the same. But there's advanced cardiac life support, pediatric advanced life support, basic life support, CPR. Those are all required. Those are, total probably about 12 hours for all 3 of those.
Mm-hmm.
You have to do, every year we're required to do bloodborne pathogens training, hazmat awareness, HIPAA training, corporate compliance. There's a whole bunch of annual trainings that do need to be done, along with the renewal trainings that you need to do. And they never make it any less, that's for sure.
And the last one I had is, what's the difference between a respond vehicle and a transport vehicle when you have them both on the road at the same time?
So a transporting vehicle can render the care and then take the person to the hospital. They can transport them. Responding vehicle, the ones that we utilize are paramedic level vehicles. So I always say that a paramedic in the field, there's no emergency they can't handle. So whatever that emergency would be, they can go to the scene, they can render care for essentially until they, fall asleep or run out of gear, which would probably be a very long time. So that so you had somebody having a breathing difficulty, cardiac arrest, anything, they can respond in a vehicle and render care.
And that's until a transport vehicle would get to them?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Mary.
Just first, thank you for your mutual aid coming in has been reduced, but your response time has come down, and I think that's pretty amazing. So for people that have emergencies, 2 minutes is huge. So
Yeah.
that's, because it's always been about that 7 minutes. So that's pretty amazing that you've reduced that. So, and before the extra staff. For AEDs, do we have portable AEDs that like Parks and Rec have when you're bringing up the farmers market, things like that? Are they trained in that, and do we have portable, or is it only where they are on buildings?
I'm not sure exactly off the top of my head if there are portable AEDs with the Parks Department. I believe there are. I recently just met with Lynn Steinbreck, so she does a lot of the AEDs for the schools in the town, and we met because I think it's something that we can both help each other out with. And I think one of my projects for this year is to sort of be involved with and ramp up the access to AEDs, in town and at town facilities, town buildings. So that's definitely something that I'm working on. I know, there's an AED right behind you.
Didn't know that.
Yep. Over your
safe.
left shoulder. So we do have them in town buildings and town vehicles, police vehicles, obviously. But the more the better. I'm a big fan of the more people that know CPR and how to use an AED in a community. Definitely makes our job easier and increases survivability. And that's not hyperbole. That's fact.
And then just collection fees, how are we doing? I should have looked at the revenue sheet. But I know the company that you were working with had a better rate of collection. Is that continued?
Yeah, so we've been doing very good with our collections.
That's okay. I just was curious if, I know that there was an issue before sometimes with reporting and with the transport and signage and everything like that had, in the past. So I just wanted to see if we've gotten a little bit better at that with this company.
Yeah, we've definitely gotten better with the company. We've worked pretty hard to kind of make sure that we're collecting what we're able to collect when we're able to collect. And I think we're doing pretty good. I know when I first started, the big question was the aging summary. Everybody was, because that was over, almost $1.5 million. And in the 2 years that I've been here working with the billing company, we've been able to recoup more than $500,000 out of that aging. So it's been below $1 million for the past, let's say, almost a year. That we've been able to take a huge chunk out of that and kind of get on those monies that we are eligible to collect through billing.
Great. Well, thank you for everything.
Anyone else? Good. Any last words of wisdom, anything we should know?
I don't miss anything.
Actually, while you're looking, I'll throw you another one.
Yeah.
So in your capital outlay 888 budget, you've got noted, and sorry if I missed this, Wi-Fi emergency vehicles and some iPads. Can you just talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, so currently we use Toughbooks, which are Panasonic Tough computers, but they are computers. With computers come computer-related issues, which are not always easy to fix, versus an iPad, which is substantially less expensive than a Toughbook, and you put a rugged case on it, and then working with IT, you can have it very easily monitored. And like if anybody has an Apple phone, it's very hard to break them. Like you can't blue screen of death an Apple product. And the software we use to write our reports is web-based, and they're coming out with actually an app for iOS devices as well. And this would just be, ease of use, because you need to get signatures. Walking into the ER, the Toughbooks that we currently have cellular along with Wi-Fi. However, if you walk into the hospital with the cellular, you basically walk into a Faraday cage. You get no signal or service in there, and trying to connect to a cellular network or a Wi-Fi network on the fly, not great. So we just essentially roll in the cost of keeping those on cellular to the iPads. It also allows for enhanced patient care features using Tiger Tech, which used to be Triage. So it's an app that allows hospital communication other than radio. So, for example, if somebody's having a heart attack or a myocardial infarction, you can securely, and without violating HIPAA, through this app, you can send a picture of the EKG to the ER, so the cardiac cath team can say, yep, and they can have everything open, prepped, ready to go. You just go straight up there. If you have an MCI or major trauma, you can just use that app. You can click a bunch of stuff. It'll pre-alert the hospital, so they can, depending on what you're doing, you might not be able to step aside and grab the radio and say, hey, can I talk to the hospital? Okay, stand by. Okay, standing by. And then relay the information when you gotta hurry. You can just click things really quick. And one of the Wi-Fi for the vehicles is just kind of to allow that to happen anywhere. So if you're anywhere near the truck, you would have the ability to use the Wi-Fi in the vehicle. The other reason for the Wi-Fi for the vehicle would be the narcotic storage system that's on there. NarcBox, it's also in the capital outlay, the 13835. So that's a different way of storing controlled substances. We carry controlled substances on the ambulance, which are narcotics. They're DEA regulated. And currently we use a system called CompX, which fulfills the requirements. However, it's not a narcotic storage system. It's a door locking system that just people use to store narcotics because it fulfills the 3 locks and audit logs. But it's old, it's antiquated technology. It's not easy to troubleshoot. It's not easy to put people in, take people out. You need to hardwire a computer into the actual lock itself, open up a program that was built in 2001, and hope that it works. Where with NarcBox, it is a narcotic storage system. It's DEA compliant. It does DEA reporting for you. It's web-based. You can, on the fly, if, Andrew's on a call and, hey, I just went tumbling down the hill in the mud taking care of this trauma patient and my ID fell out, but I need to give them, narcotics. Somebody, an admin or supervisor, could unlock the box right there and he could get it, and then we could instantly right there also deactivate his card in case somebody found it. They couldn't walk in and say, oh, I wonder what this does. And it just, for administrative, remedial/menial tasks reduction, I mean, it's worth it just there. And why on the trucks you would need that, because it would just be constantly reporting temperature, reporting any doors opening, doors closing. Every time somebody checks, instead of having to go in and audit a bunch of paper logs, you just go on the website and download it right there.
Just a plug for the iPads. Anything you can do that makes communication easier is a big win. When medical records when all electronic medical records, and they said it's going to be great. Everybody will be able to talk to everybody, the ease of care, but it just depends if you're on the system, that particular unit's on the system, and all the different hospitals are on different systems, and to be able to get the communication is a nightmare. So whatever you can do to improve that, especially when time is a factor.
Also, one of the other things that's great about having an iPad is since it's just a big giant iPhone, that you have the ability to take pictures, and through the report writing software that we have, you can, through that app, either whether it's the website or their native app, you can take a picture, and if you take it through the app with the phone, it's secured. It doesn't get saved on the phone. So, and that's important. You know, if you have a bad car accident and somebody's saying, "Oh, I'm fine," or like it was just a fender bender, and then you know the trauma doc's like, "Why are they here for just a fender bender?" And you're like, you know, or that goes with their medical records. So now you have, you know, like, which is a legal document, a PCR is a legal document. So you can have that, like, you know, this is what we saw, this is what happened, and then you don't have to worry. Like, I don't want people using their phone to take pictures. You know, you use something that'll do it securely and not violate HIPAA.
Any other questions?
Just a real quick question regarding mutual aid. Is there a cost associated with that?
There is. There's you know, bundle billing agreements. You know, so if we have an out-of-town medic come in, they charge a fee for their service if they intercept with us, and you know, we would do so in the reverse, going to another community providing that ALS level of care. So even though we've reduced our reliance on incoming mutual aid, we're still going out and doing mutual aid as well, and those are billable calls that, you know, we generate revenue from.
Thank you.
Maria, I have a follow-up to the position that was open, the 6 months that caused the overtime to go up. That's offset from the salary that we're no longer paying that person?
Yes, that will be happening, yes.
Yeah, so the overtime isn't, it's over in overtime, but there's an offset to that salary. I did hear that before.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know
Not
if
the
it's
whole
the full
thing.
amount, but yes, there will be an offset.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that amount, you know, even for that one position that Maria and I were talking about the other day, I mean, even if we, now that we have that position, will be filled as of April 13th. The administrator, though they signed all the paperwork, passed background check, so I think there's no stopping it now. You can't leave.
If you're working in my facility, it's when we see the whites of their eyes and they come back after lunch the first day, then we're good.
Yeah, all right, that's fair. So, you know, even if we prorate that salary for there, I think that would still be enough to cover it. And then, you know, even with the full-time paramedic that, you know, circumstances outside of our control no longer works here, that gap also between, you know, when we refilled that position too,
Yeah.
would be money that could be transferred.
Yeah,
over.
but that explains why the overtime's up and where it'll offset a good portion of it.
Yep.
Any other questions for EMS, Paul?
Colin, I'll ask you the same question I asked Megan prior to you. Do you have any thoughts or have you collected any data with regard to the impact on your ability to provide services to the residents of the multi-unit housing developments that have occurred here over the last number of years?
I would say it's probably the same as it is last year. I mean, like, you know, we definitely have a growing community, whether it's multi-service or otherwise. I mean, Trumbull's a desirable place to live. I think we're doing a pretty good job of meeting those needs. You know, me from growing my agency, you know, I say the more people that want to go to the hospital, the merrier. You know, I don't want people to get hurt, but we want to be there.
Okay.
And it's one of those things it's really hard to tell. Like, you know, the data on, you know, certain, you know, like residences on Main or 10 Woodside, that's really not a lot of calls that come out of there. We would see more calls in those kind of acute care skilled nursing facilities. Like if, you know, I mean, we did lose St. Joe's, and, you know, that you could tie that directly to a statistically insignificant but noticeable decrease in our call volume, but it didn't really affect us hugely losing St. Joe's. So, you know, even if you you duplicated St. Joe's tomorrow and it existed, then you know, I could confidently tell you that'd probably be 300 calls a year, but would not negatively impact services to the rest of the community. And, you know, I mean, there's in emergency services, that unpredictability, you know, that happens anywhere. I mean, it's why it's an emergency. We don't always predict when, you know, something's going to happen. So, you know, at any time there could be 6 911 calls that happen right at the same time. You know, it doesn't happen very often, but it's a possibility. You know, if everybody drank bad water at the same time and felt sick, then, you know, you could have 1,000 people all calling 911 at the same time. But, you know.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
You got it.
Those of us who work in healthcare get traumatized by things like that, so,
Yeah.
you know. Any other questions on EMS? Thank you for coming this morning, gentlemen.
Of course. Absolutely. Thanks for having us. This is my first time, even though I'm not new. This is my first time where it wasn't on Zoom.
Oh, that's true, right?
Yep.
It's kind of nice to see people in person. Although I think we are very efficient on Zoom. People get their questions asked, they get, on and off pretty quick.
Yeah. All right.
Have a good morning.
Thank you very much. Take care, everybody.
Told you, Bill.
That's a Zoom problem.
It's a Zoom pro, that's daily.
Says the technology.
That's weird. Fix this or we're cutting your budget.
No, he's going to tell you he needs more money to fix it. Careful. It doesn't necessarily work in our favor.
Yeah, I'll need 5 more staff members. All right, good morning. It's the annual meeting for budget. Very good.
We're going to move to the technology department on page 87.
All right. It's been a busy year. We've done quite a few things, but we'll start off with just a few of the projects that we were working on. Computer upgrades, we've done probably 125 of them, at least on the workstation side, and certainly more on the laptop side. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. One project that we had planned to do was to migrate some of the buildings that are scattered around town that are on cable charter business internet and move them to Frontier fiber internet, but that didn't happen. So what happened was we were, after the budget had been approved, we started talking with Frontier, and we quickly realized that they had us on Frontier residential fiber internet. And so we didn't want that. We want business internet. And so they quoted us on that, and there goes all the cost savings that we thought we were going to realize. So that was way more expensive than the current charter business internet. And we just couldn't make that project happen. So there's a little bit of movement on the budget on kind of what we were planning to do. We didn't get to realize those cost savings, which ended up being cost more than what we actually budgeted for. So that was some pressure on the budget, which we'll talk about later. But long story short, we didn't do that project. We stayed with what we had. We did increase the fiber internet speed here at Town Hall from 500 megs to a gig. So that services the whole town network, which is helpful. Replacing the wireless access points, so we ordered the first bunch of those. Those are in, and we've started to roll those out. There's about half of them that we ordered the first time, so the second half is in this budget to purchase. We need to finish that project before the end of July in order to continue receiving service security updates on those. So that'll be high on our project list for July 1 to get that rolled out and all of the new access points in and installed. And we also replaced our aging patch management solution. We switched to a different vendor, which has been really nice and helpful to us. Goals for this year, we were planning to do some workstation replacements, but those goals have changed a little bit. As I mentioned, we'll continue doing the access points. We have a couple servers that need replacing. Those were installed in 2019, so they're getting a little long in the tooth and getting old, and those are the servers that run our virtual server environment, so pretty much all of our servers here on the town network. So those are fairly large size servers that can handle the workload of all of the servers that we have on them.
Vin, can you translate that to English?
You need servers and workstation.
So big boxes, little boxes?
Big boxes, little boxes.
Thanks.
And then we also need some new networking equipment. We'll start at the library. So the issue there is really port density. So we have exceeded the number of ports that we have on the network switch, so we can't add things around the library where they're needed. And so we're not able to buy a new switch and add it to the current stack because those things don't talk to each other. So we have to replace the whole stack. What we'll do, though, after that is we'll repurpose those other ones that are there now, and we'll move them elsewhere. Even though they're old, they're still usable. And we'll move on from there. Questions? All right. So we'll talk about, I guess, the workstations. Do you want to start there, or do you want to roll through contractual first?
Yeah, go ahead, walk
Okay,
through workstations.
So we're planning on doing workstations in this fiscal budget. So one of the other projects that we've identified that we kind of needed is a replacement switch for our internet edge here in the building that services the entire town. So basically the first switch behind the firewall that distributes all of the network across the various paths. Because there's a lot of fiber in there, those things are more expensive. And so I had that in the budget here, and it's been rejected, and that's okay. So what we're planning to do is use money from this fiscal year's budget. So this fiscal year's budget, we had anticipated purchasing 125 additional workstations to round out the rest of our desktop replacement cycle. The one area that I think we could delay and not suffer drastically is in those workstations. So those 125 are some admin computers, some shared workstations, some public workstations, things that are not used totally 100% of the time by a town employee who needs the power. The ones that we have in place we're all upgraded to Windows 11, so we're safe there. And they are working, they're just getting older. And one more year older obviously makes it a little bit older and slower, but it's still usable.
Bill, just quick question. How long have those been in service, the ones that you'll delay for a year?
Probably 5 years at this point. So, we can stretch it out a little bit longer, and actually it may even help us in terms of an overall workstation cycle. So we just replaced 125. If we space that out a little bit, it might be a little bit better. Ideally, we should be able to do like 50 a year for 5 years and then sort of cycle out that way. We got a little bit, I guess, behind on that because our goals changed with...
Probably have not had a chance.
Our goals changed in terms of the virtual desktop environment, so we decided to skip that because of the expense and the technology, and then just continue just doing desktop replacements.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what's the impact of not replacing the edge switch? But it sounds like you've got that covered with
Right. So we're gonna do that in this fiscal year and delay the purchase of the workstations.
So you're going to buy it now?
Correct.
In this current, not in the next budget? So
Correct.
that's why you should move, okay.
Right. So you'll see it here as rejected by the first selectman, and we talked about that. So.
Vinny went like that, we're good.
Other than that, there's really not a whole lot. The first selectman changed the number of attendees to the conferences that we were hoping to schedule and attend. That's okay. We can deal with that, and we can live with that. And then the other item, I guess, is contractual, which you'll see has increased by a good margin. And those are various things. Things are getting more expensive as all of us have come to experience in our own lives. That's no difference with technology and things like that. Memory is very expensive. Chips are very expensive, and so some of the things are increasing there. The changes in Crown Castle and and Frontier and Charter are all just really a shuffle of money. So Charter, as I mentioned, sort of goes back to the fiscal year 24-25 levels. We had thought we were going to reduce some of that fee, and so we zeroed out a few buildings in last year's budget. But because we didn't switch to fiber, those go back to the standard as what we were sort of paying. Crown Castle, in last year's budget, we signed an extension, and during the communications with our account rep, there was a miscommunication about the universal surcharge and fees, and so that didn't make it into the budget calculation for last year, and we've been paying those, and they're it adds up quickly, and so that's put some additional pressure on the IT budget. So this is properly budgeted now for all of those fees and expenses.
And Bill, just for the group, what were those fees and expenses?
It's just a universal
Rough-
surcharge.
No,
the
the dollar
total.
ballpark.
Give me a moment, I'll pull that up. I think it was something like $2,300 a month times 12.
So that's not insignificant.
It's not insignificant, right? Yeah, it's about $26,000 a year. So about
I thought you were going to stop at 2,300. I was going to be fine with that. Okay.
2,300 times 12. So there will be a supplemental appropriation request to fix this year's budget because of that.
Can you just give us a quick idea of the size of your department and how many meetings a week you're handling, either remote or in chambers?
Sure. So there are 3 other people in my department, so 4 people total. And we've been supporting anywhere between 10 to 15 to 18 meetings a month on Zoom whenever they pop up. And so that comes out of our overtime expense. So you'll see me oftentimes online. That'll change in the spring a little bit since my kids play a lot of baseball, and I try to help coach them whenever I can. So we'll spread that wealth around, and you'll get to see more people online. Like this Thursday, I won't be there, but Phil will. I'll be on a flight out to California for some scouting events, and he'll be able to support that and take care of the public.
Don't worry,
forum.
Phil, Bill will have the Zoom thing fixed by then.
Yeah. And if I have to, maybe I'll jump on from the plane and say hi. I'm kidding.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ben.
Bill noted the Frontier cost, and Frontier has old technology, and we have quite a bit of Frontier billing here that needs to be looked at, so I made an offer to Bill to help him out to go through it and see if we can reduce it.
Excellent.
Yeah, that is the so there's 2 different Frontier pieces. One is Frontier Internet, and then there's other Frontier phone services. So that's the Frontier phone services. Copper lines are just being, the traditional phone line into your building just is becoming more expensive to support, and so it's not a surprise to see those fees go up. But we have a lot of them here in the town of Trumbull. So we have a lot of fax machines, which we've started to talk to department heads to see if we can reduce those and cut those out. Faxes are largely replaced by email. Certainly we need them in some medical buildings and police departments, things like that. But we're going to start pulling fax machine lines out. That'll have some savings, switch to like an eFax type service if we need to. And then the other big one could potentially be direct inward dial lines, DID lines. So right now, pretty much every employee has a direct dial number. And so that requires, the copper line into the building that has 203-452-5101, right? My number. That gets ported to the building, goes to my desk, goes to my phone. Well, now it's voice over IP, so it's a little bit different. But that copper line is a copper line that's expensive, and we might be able to remove that 452-5101 line and just use our voice over IP directory. So you'll call 452-5000, get the directory. If you know your party's extension, please dial it, dial by name or dial by department. And so that could save us a lot of money. I mean, there are quite a few. I mean, probably easily 150, 200. If I'm just thinking off the top of my head, direct inward dial lines. That changes a lot from how the public interacts with the town or vendors interact with the town. So that's not a tomorrow thing, right? We're gonna have to train all of those people or get new contact information out for all of that to say dial 5,000 and then get the extension and then dial the extension. Certainly certain departments could have and retain those, that'll be a decision down the line, but that would be a huge change. That would save us a good chunk of money, but it would be impactful. So it's not a quick thing.
So, Bill, that would be the town and the Board of Education?
Well, I'm just talking about the town. I don't actually know how many direct inward dial lines the Board of Ed has. I know that they have a lot of extensions over there that they don't have those DIDs. Like all the classrooms are all on extensions and things like that, but I don't know about administrators and things like that.
I think that's something we could ask.
That's a Jeff question. But first, the decision needs to be made. Like, are we going to take that step, and then obviously plan that step out over probably a year or 2, 3, 4 years.
Yeah. We've talked about that in our other meetings about making tough decisions that are not necessarily convenient or easy to do, but are more efficient and cost effective. And I think, with the budget growing the way it is, that those are the things that we have to look at.
Right, right. I mean, certainly, prior to my job here, which sounds like an eternity ago, I worked in the city in Manhattan, and everyone called the route line and then dialed an extension after that. So, just it's a little bit different to have everybody just have a direct line. It's nice to have a direct line sometimes, but it comes out expensive.
Hey, Bill,
Go ahead, Dave.
if you could just talk to 888 capital outlay a little bit. I know we talked about the workstations and the laptops, but if we look at wireless access points, server replacements, switch replacements, and you might have talked to this already, but we're looking at about $70,000 to $75,000 worth of capital outlay. Can you just talk to expected useful life, just kind of what the program looks like, please?
Sure. You'll see workstations in there. Workstations generally will have, we try to stretch them out 5 years or better. Laptops, probably 4 years to 5 years. Laptops change a little bit, need to be upgraded a little bit faster than that. In here also the access points. I think the last time we did access points was like 10 years ago. So those obviously have a longer lifespan. And the HP replacement, the last time we did that was 2019, so that's 7 years on that server. And then a $250 voice gateway, that was a part of that project. So that one's easy.
7 to 10 years.
Go ahead, Mary.
I have a stupid question, because we know me in technology. Are there any opportunities to lease any areas, like access points for additional cell tower or increased for Frontier, Charter? Anybody? Vinny, you can just turn around and laugh at me if that's a stupid question.
It's not a stupid question. No.
As he laughs. I don't know. I just was curious. I was just wondering, because I know we do get revenue coming in for our cell towers. So I just didn't know if there's any ability to add to that, or rooftop, or different spots, or anything.
The last time I talked with Verizon, this is a couple of years ago, they had the area mapped out pretty well as to what they wanted to do for coverage. I'm sure they'd like to have another location and improve a dead spot if there's any, but traditionally, if they have coverage and they feel it's adequate, they don't go around saying, I'd like to make it better in this one spot if they don't have to. And that goes for most of them. But, the opportunity's there. If somebody came to town and said, yeah, we want to have a new service put in or something, obviously it's there.
And then lastly, I know Board of Ed is separate, but do you see any licensing redundancies between the town and the Board of Ed, or any opportunities that we could combine? We probably ask this every year, but I'm not sure if there's anything that we've seen that we could just combine into one savings.
Hopefully that's Red driving the truck over there. I think in terms of support, they get a lot of discounts because they're in education. We get some discounts because we're a government municipality, but I think one area that could be looked at is Munis. We pay a lot of money for Munis, and I'm sure they do too. I don't know what their line for Munis is, but they're a department just like the rest of us, right? So you have engineering, you have public works, EMS, police, technology. Education's a budget that could be under the town Munis system. I'm not sure how difficult. I'm sure it would be difficult, but that would be something that could be looked at.
I think we did talk about that 2 years ago. And when we did that, there was an issue with the way that they set up their munis. They would have to overhaul their reporting. Again, definitely something that would be helpful for the finance department to be able to track, what's going on. Not only that, but a potential cost saving. So we will offer that as well.
Right.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Nikki.
On the Munis, if we were to look closer at that, would that be an outside consultant? Would that be an expert in Munis? Like, who would we bring in to be able to take a deep dive into that?
Gotta just watch my head behind me because I know Maria's back there. No, I think that would probably be some sort of project manager consultant that would help with that migration transition. It's something that, even though maybe could be done in-house, we'd probably want somebody to make sure everything's lined up correctly. So if that were something that the town would like to do, I'm sure there's somebody out there who could help with that transition, make that migration, and then make it a professional services, one-time cost type transition for that project.
Go ahead, Maria.
I was part of that implementation of Munis, both on the town side. At that point in time, they already implemented the Board of Ed. At the time, they were resistant to combine with the town. If we were to combine, the difference would be the chart of accounts. Their chart of accounts is different. If you notice, all our chart of accounts in every department, they have exactly the same objects. And the Board of Ed has different objects. So yes, we would need assistance from Munis to implement. Can we do part of it? Yes, we can. But we would need assistance from Munis. And obviously, Board of Ed, they know their system, we don't. So.
How would we go about finding out the cost to make that happen? If it would be cost effective, how do we examine that?
We can contact Munis. They have both of our systems. They can look into that.
Okay. So I think that's something that we'd have to ask Board of Ed and let them know that we're exploring whether or not that would be a cost savings and how that would work. But I definitely think we've talked about it before.
Yep.
And it's something that we should do that. Is that something that can be done during this budget process, or is this
No.
This is not a next year? Okay.
I don't believe so. It could take a while.
We talk about a lot of these things during budget season, and then all of a sudden
Right.
it's the next budget season. So I think that's something that we should put on the list to
It needs to be a
start
summer
that
project.
conversation. Well, then it needs to be a conversation now so that it could happen if it were cost effective.
Who would be doing that communication with the Board of Ed?
I'm sorry, who?
Who would be communicating that with the Board of Ed?
Vinny.
Yeah, Vinny.
He laughed.
No, I think that's a conversation for us to have during our work session. Like, what is it that what might that look like? How would we do that? Do that? Is it possible to get an estimate of what it would cost so we could have that as part of the discussion?
Contact Munis.
Yes, please. That work for everyone? Go ahead, Vin.
I was just going to say, you really can do a cursory look by just knowing what they pay for licensing and see what they pay for licensing and see how much you would offset by putting them together. you may find that the cost of the licensing doesn't justify doing a lot of effort to put the things together. However, I would say there's many intangible benefits of putting the systems together, including the visibility for everyone to see everything at the same time. You also can get a module of Munis to have external sources look at it as well. That's another module that they sell that I know other towns have utilized, and have other people outside of people in the elected community and be able to see things and be able to look at all the accounts on their own. So there's a lot of things you can do with Munis. It's a question of how much you want to invest in it.
Go ahead, Maria.
Vinny, we have that capability now, but we have to get access, given access. Currently, we handle all the capital projects. All the bond projects for the Board of Ed are handled on the town side. The Board of Ed can view those projects on our system. So if they are allowing us to view their data, we could do it now, if they allow us to. So it's doable.
But that doesn't mean that they have that capability on their system at the moment.
I would think they do.
Okay. All right, so those are good questions to ask. Anybody else have any, oh, go ahead, Dave.
Are we all set with Munis for the moment? Okay. I have a question in 602, Bill, because I don't speak in acronyms. So can you help me to understand what this 9995 MSISAC membership, previously paid by the federal government, that seems to have been clawed back? Can you explain what that is and what our new obligation is, please?
Sure. So MSISAC is the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center. So it's a piece of, I think, Department of Homeland Security and the CISA, let me get this right here. CISA is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. The government loves acronyms. So it's a division of that, and what they do is monitor and help state and local governments, tribal nations, and just with an oversight of cybersecurity and monitoring. So MSISAC was funded previously in this fiscal, the current fiscal budget, prior to it starting in last July 1. So around this time last year, after budgets were already set in place for municipalities, funding got pulled from that program, and so they moved to a model where each individual entity could buy in and continue the services. What the state of Connecticut did is cover that expense for the entire state for 1 year, and there was discussion about potentially doing that again, but they decided not to. So we're in the transition period now where those fees will be pushed down to the local agencies if they choose to participate in that. But we do receive some support and some resources from them. Actually, a good deal of support and resources from them, and the model's just changed from being federally subsidized or federally paid to being shifted to the local governments, unfortunately.
Anyone else? I think we're good. Thanks, Bill.
Okay, thank you.
With that, we're going to take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock with Parks and Rec and Public Works, and we'll come back then. That's okay. Get a few minutes to chat and to get ourselves together.
One guy I didn't get to it. Never got to.
Ernie, can you put back up a note on a line that just says we'll be back at 1 o'clock?
There's different boxes too. They use pieces of equipment.
All right. So we are back from our lunch break. This is day 2 of the department budget hearings. We met with the Board of Education last Tuesday, and today we are working our way through public safety, and we're working into Parks and Public Works Department for our afternoon session. We'll start this afternoon on page 401 with Dimitri and Gretchen. They're here from the Recs and Recreation and Parks Department. I noticed that we put it on that way, so I don't get to say Parks and Rec. I know you did that on purpose.
Not me.
How are you?
I'm well. How's everybody?
Living the dream. All good. All good.
All good is good. So Happy New Year, everybody. That's the easiest way to start this adventure. Generally, I'd like to know if you have any specific questions within the budget itself, so I don't elaborate unnecessarily on any one specific thing, and I'm sure that you do.
Do you want to give us a quick overview, like changes this year, big changes, anything that we should be looking at first?
In general, I would say no. The budget, by and large, is pretty much the same, if not a tiny bit smaller, because of some of the financial manipulations we made around some of our programming to offset some of the costs with the mandatory increases in minimum wage. So one is kind of offsetting the other to a greater degree, which is why you're not seeing a gigantic increase in our salary seasonal account. Would you like to elaborate on some of that? Yeah, well, that's one of them, but I mean,
Okay.
these are just some of the things.
Yeah, so we, again, we're getting hit with the minimum, this is Gretchen Zanellis, Office Manager, Parks and Rec. We're getting hit with the minimum wage again. We went from $16.35 to $16.94, July 1. So we also give our returning staff a 25-cent increase per hour. That helps us to maintain our staff instead of hiring new staff and retraining. We have been really lucky. We've been able to keep the lifeguard starting rate at $20 an hour. We've done that. I think this is the 3rd or 4th year in a row. We haven't had to increase that, but again, we do have a lot of people returning, so they do get that 25-cent increase per hour per year. That is the most important line to me. If I have people, I can run a program. If I don't buy an extra checkers set, I can live without that as long as I have my staff. We are offering this year a half-day camp instead of 2 full-day camps for the 6 to 10-year-olds. And that is hopefully going to offset some of those costs of the people, because again, people are our most expensive
Commodity,
sure. And that's the most important to me is people. Dimitri has his, I think your 402 and 802 that are most important to you. But for me, as long as we get that minimum wage, which Vicki has given us.
Gretchen?
Yeah.
About total, how many seasonal employees? We see it as a dollar amount, but
Yeah.
about how many and what department, like what areas do they fall?
So my payroll in the summer is about 275. Dimitri has about 15 full-time. There's 4 full-time in our office. We have about 90 lifeguards, 15 or so park rangers, and then the rest is camp staff, ID checkers. I think that's a supervisor, camp supervisors. I can give you an exact number if you need that.
Yeah, if you would just send that over afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting for us to see.
Sure.
So Gretchen is correct. Staff is number one all the way around, because if we don't have them, we're not doing anything, whether it's staffing a program or actually physically doing the work in the field. So that is our number one priority. When we get into just operations, it is our 402 account primarily where we draw off of almost everything. Until we get into building maintenance or materials used specifically for pool operations. Building maintenance generally coming out of an 802 account.
Pool operations are at an 803 account. Pools, Vicky has looked at the historical usage on the pools and has done a slight decrease based on historical usage. I'm not particularly concerned about that. We don't just, as a practice, exhaust accounts. We'll use what we need. The pool is generally, we're charged with operating those pools within the parameters that have been laid out by the commission and the administration by whatever means necessary. So we will do whatever it takes to keep them running. Whether there's going to be a blip in chemical costs, whether there's going to be an operational failure, we're getting the pools and we're going to keep those pools running no matter what. As you all know, we did a significant amount of work up at Tashua Knolls in the past, well, within the last 2 years. And a lot of things have changed mechanically and operationally with that pool. So historically, we have been running on well, it's called sodium hypochlorite. It's liquid chlorine, and that is the primary material that we use to sanitize the pools and have for a very long time. Sodium hypochlorite is extremely toxic, and it comes with a host of problems in terms of maintaining it in a safe environment, how much material you can keep on hand, et cetera. And so we have long sought to move away from that to a more stable product. They now have sanitizing pellets, a more commercial version of like what an HTA pellet, HTH pellet might be to a homeowner. Those are run under a pulsar system. So when we did redo Tashua, Tashua is on a pelletized pulsar system. Much easier to manage, more stable in terms of the water environment. What we don't know is in real terms what it's going to cost to use the pelletized system versus the sodium hypochlorite. We've only had a partial year to really run any trials with that. It lives up to its reputation. The water clarity from a health department standards, it's spot on. We just don't have somebody to point to say that this is equal to, or if it's going to cost a little more, or it might even cost a little less than the sodium hypochlorite with all of the other factors that go into managing a pool with that. So I'm certainly willing to play out the season and see where we are and come back with a report to you all indicating whether or not or why we have ended up where we ended up. I'm hoping that things are at least equal to where we were before, and if that's the case, then we will transition beaches over to the same system, and we'll move forward from there. Let's see. The 802. Yeah.
While you're looking for that, Gretchen, you're going to transition from 2 full-day camps to a full day and a half-day camp?
Yes.
And is that basically just because of the increase in labor or because there was less of a need?
One camp has, the past 3 or 4 years, had a lot more attendance than another camp. So it's both. We also,
What's the difference between the 2 camps that you offer?
so they're
Travel.
they're just different locations. They're both playground camps. We have the junior camp, which is at Tech Ec, which is always sold out. We only can take 30 kids there. Then we have 2 locations at elementary schools, and one is usually always at capacity, and one is maybe at half capacity. And what happens is a lot of times, so Tuesdays or Thursdays now the camps go to the pool, depending on the location. And what happens is at 12 o'clock when the pool opens to the public, a lot of the parents come and pick up their kids anyway. So we're paying our staff to be there based on we should have 80 kids at this camp, and there's not 80 kids there. So we're trying it this year. I know from my own experience as a parent, a lot of times people like half-day camps because grandma can go pick you up at 12 o'clock. Then grandma doesn't have you all day. She can have you just for the afternoon. We're gonna try it this year. It also gives the 6-year-olds who haven't been to kindergarten a chance to go to a camp, whereas the full day camp is going to be for 6-year-olds who have finished kindergarten. For anybody who doesn't have a small child, they changed the age last year from 5 to 6, so it's a September day instead of, it used to be December 31st. So now if you're still 5 in the fall, you can't go to kindergarten until the following year. So a lot of the kids, Noreen was telling me that the kids who attended playground camp who hadn't gone to kindergarten were just, they still needed a nap in the afternoon, or they were falling asleep at, just because they hadn't done a full day of activities. So for those kids, they won't be going on the trips. A lot of people don't necessarily want to send their 6-year-old to Quasi or Lake Compounce. And the kids who have gone to kindergarten or who have older siblings like to do that. So it's an opportunity. Enrollment is a little bit lower than we've seen with the full day camp, but again, our first location isn't sold out either. So what usually happens is once you're home with your kids for a week or two, then camp sells out.
I almost forgot that it's March and you have to have your summer plan done already.
We opened registration.
I'm not sure I missed those days.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Circling back, I know there was a reduction in the 802. So the 802 is essentially just all tools and materials that we utilize for all of our facilities. If we're looking at it again as historic usage, I'd be more than happy to play that out for the year and not argue it. But I do know that our infrastructure all the way around, where we have HVAC, it's approaching or exceeding 20 years old. We will be expecting failures, and those will hit those accounts at some point. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Back to the 803, there's another reduction in what is called the DIVE program. So that apparatus is a supplementary life safety device. We are always very concerned about life safety, obviously, around any and all of the pools, and we have an excellent lifeguard record. I never want to jinx that, but they do their job, and they do their job very well. But there's always concerns by some parents, whether you're starting off with a new swimmer, people that their skill sets are wavering, they're just not fully comfortable in a swim environment. So we looked for various other options to see if we could give a greater level of confidence to those swimmers or the parents of those swimmers, and that this material or this equipment sort of crossed our mind. We did this over 2 years ago, didn't we, when we started this process with DIVE? I think when we started to explore it. And so when we actually put that into play, last year was the first year it had approved funding. By the time we actually had the equipment, we had to make determinations of where this setup would actually go, whether it would be at beaches or at Tashua. It would never work well at beaches because of how we generally utilize beaches, so Tashua was the destination choice. As well, we just didn't have a full year over there, and we never implemented the use of the DIVE program. So it is our hope that we would have a first year to determine whether or not it's embraced by the individuals who have come to us looking for an augmented life safety device for first-time swimmers or any other. And we'll be able to get a better sense as to whether or not the apparatus itself actually functions as delivered and the people want to use it. It was our intent to do this for the first time this year. I'd like to give it a shot. We certainly know that there is a lot of concern, and we think this will be a positive addition to our aquatics facilities. Any questions?
Questions on that? Mary, did you?
I think it's a great program, but I'm just, I don't know if we brought this up before. Is there any liability? I mean, I'm thinking the same thing. If we have lifeguards there, you're in a body of water, you don't go in and sign liability form to swim, but I'm wondering with that added protection, is there an issue where parents may have to sign or something that it's being used? I didn't think about it when we talked about it previously.
My understanding is anybody that is requesting this, this apparatus for whatever the reasoning, if it's swim lessons for the very first time, we can incorporate, a sign off at that point of the use of this, but it doesn't eliminate the need for our lifeguards to be there. This is, an addition to that. Sometimes a first-time swimmer will just inadvertently go under the water for a second, get a mouthful, and it leaves a little bit of trauma. The parents let us know that. The children probably less so. But in an effort to ensure that we are doing everything possible to make that a safe and enjoyable experience, that's where we're generating the request from.
So the apparatus was purchased last year,
Yeah.
and it'll go into.
Well, it is a rental. You have to send it back in every year to be refurbished, recalibrated, and whatnot, tested before you actually can implement it. But we had it last year. We just didn't have a place to set it up and use it last year, which was Tashua.
Okay. Questions on pools, Parks and Rec? You provided us with a P&L. Just want to walk through that quickly. Everybody get that?
If I could, I just want to make it clear. Hello?
There you go.
Okay, can hold it down. I wasn't aware that it was a rental, so I don't want people to think that I don't want that device. So I just want to make that clear. I probably just missed that part of the meeting, but I thought that was looking at it that it was just was a purchase of an item, but apparently it's not. So, okay.
We still intend to evaluate it and see whether or not this is something that we want to continue. Just want to give it a first shot.
Yeah, I obviously support any type of life safety measures.
Absolutely. You're a swimmer.
Is that a correction that we need to make?
Well, it was reduced from, I believe, from that line. You look up the,
Yeah.
we took it up.
Just so I'm on the right
We
page.
removed it because we thought it was purchased last year, and we didn't know, or I didn't know it was a rental, so.
It's in the 409 account.
No, page 409.
Page 409.
803 account,
It's in
page
the
409.
803 account, and the amount that we need to restore.
7,000.
And that covers all the rental and the equipment for the year?
Correct.
Okay. And if it worked at one, then you would want to possibly do that in more locations next year?
It would be a little more complicated because it's dependent upon a very strong Wi-Fi signal. Those were some of the things that we had actually incorporated into Tashua.
Okay.
That doesn't exist currently, but again, if it's embraced, we can have a more reasoned discussion as to whether or not this needs to expand.
So the 7,000 would be adequate to do this season?
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Other questions? Go ahead, Mary.
Because it's a quiet afternoon, everybody's full. For your P&L, for the items that you have as indoor, do those typically, are they filling up? If we had more opportunity, more space, would we be able to fill these and offer more opportunities for the community if we were able to, say, get into our schools a little more? Or I know we have something hopefully down the road, but at this point, if we were able to work more with the schools, could we offer more of these type programs?
Have fun. Start laughing.
Excuse me. Hello, everyone. The long and short of it is yes. I will say that there is a very big difference, though, in our winter indoor programming and our spring indoor programming numbers, but I completely understand the pickleballers are outside today. They are not worried about going to the gym at Madison Middle School today. Completely understand that. However, yes, our winter sessions for all of our adult indoor programming sells out, and that is historical every year. Typically, fall and winter do really well, and then spring we start to see a decline, obviously because of time and space and all that jazz. We are limited, so we're only taking about I want to say it's 60 per night for indoor pickleball. I'll use that as the example. That's very easy to get to that number, but I will say that right now we have maybe 40 registered for the spring session, where fall and winter we absolutely had all 60 slots full. Yes, people want to do more. It's just a matter of getting into these schools is very challenging because there's also all the school activities going on. So for instance, this week is one of the middle school plays, next week is the other, and the week after is the high school show. So that right there, even though that isn't an activity that necessarily takes place in the gymnasium, they do need all of the parking at the school. So therefore, you're not able to have 60 additional vehicles in the lot. So time and space is definitely our biggest challenge. But yes, our indoor programs are going quite well. I hope I answered that.
Yes, thank you. And just my favorite topic always, porta potties. We're adding an accessible portable toilet at Tashua Pickleball. I was just curious. I know everything is about pickleball, but I didn't know. I thought we already had one there. Do we not?
We do have one there. It was not budgeted for the entire year. We usually just used to do it when it was colder out at most of the locations. I believe last year or the year before at all locations. Once we are closing the restrooms, if the park, for example, Old Mine restrooms are closed if there is not a rental to avoid vandalism in the sort of remote bathrooms, if you want to call them that. So we do have a portable toilet at almost every park, and there is, especially with the lights, there is a lot of usage at Tashua for the pickleball courts. So it's an accessible one just so that everybody can use it. If I need to cut it, I could make it a regular one for $125 a month, but it's used all the time.
No, I just thought we had one, that's what I was questioning. And then my last one for the 205 youth program.
Yeah.
Do we happen to know how much is in the revenue account for that? I know that TYA has between the community theater and then the other programming. And I'm just not sure if I know there is a reduction of 10,000 from special agency, but are you able to provide how much is in that account overall?
In the 205 youth or the
In the special revenue account for that?
I don't have my computer. Do you know how much is in the youth special agency? I think it's around between 40 and 50 right now.
Probably. I'm trying to get it.
Or even as a follow-up would be great.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Vin.
Could you address the reduction of the mini track loader? What is it? And I see it's a MT-120 versus the MT-50. So could you talk a little bit about what it does and if it's really needed or needed now or whatever? Thanks.
Yeah, so the MT-50 and the 120, it's just a evolution of the same piece of equipment. The MT-50 that we have is 21 years old. What it is a hydraulic, it's a tool carrier that runs on high flow hydraulics. What it's used most commonly for is snow removal. When we're doing sidewalks, especially, it has the strength and the capacity to go through almost anything other than a plow blade. Where's Doug? So it's lived its life at this point. We're looking to attempt to completely break it down over the summer to see whether or not there's any way that we can kind of cross-fit parts for it so it will continue to be able to operate. Otherwise, we simply just don't have the apparatus to go forward on some of the things that we've done historically, most notably snow removal. It's used in all small tight little areas, like if you're working within a playground. It's like a very small tractor, but it's extremely strong. The 150 is just the latest version of the 50.
So it has various attachments to do other stuff.
It can do anything. Anything that runs hydraulically, you can put a stump grinder on it, and we have that kind of equipment.
And can you wait for the next capital plan, or no?
Why don't we see what fortune we have over the summer? If it comes together, I might be in front of you going, I tried, but Aaron and Doug have both given me some confidence that really digging into it, seeing if we can CrossFit it, might get us through. So I'm okay.
Okay,
Are we
thanks.
okay?
And just a follow-up question on that, you said it can do all sorts of different things. The attachments that you have for the 50, would they work with the 120? They're compatible?
They are.
No requirement on, okay.
Nope. It's just a mounting plate, and everything else just works hydraulically. Oh, that's what you had? Oh, and 61,000 in the TYA account. Thank you, Gretchen.
You. Fast.
Thank you.
That TYA account also is the community theater. They're combined. Okay. On your P&L, I know that the offset from the programs that don't make money to the programs that bring in a little bit of revenue, that most of these are not designed to make huge profit, that they're designed to be a service, and that the ones that are just off in red, that's offset by the ones that do. That we expect those to be like that?
Yes and no. Summer camp, we talked about this with Vicky, is one of the ones, which this is better than the past years. I think going to the pool has made it, we haven't had to purchase enough stuff to keep the kids entertained at the schools, so they go to they go to Tashua, they have something to do. Also, we have seen a giant increase in scholarships. So the money that we're bringing in for fiscal year 24, we had about 5% of registrations were scholarshiped. That's based, they have to go to Jen Gillis, who's over in social services. And usually it's if they qualify for a free lunch, they automatically qualify. If there's other circumstances, we let Jen handle that, so we don't make any of those decisions. She then contacts us, and any of the programs that we run with our own staff on our own locations are offered as scholarships. So for example, travel camp is not, because we have to pay buses, we go places, we have to actually pay that out. And then, so fiscal year 24, we had about 5%. Last year, we had 10.8%. So we went from 6650 in scholarships to 22,925. So we are seeing people do need that, and I feel like, again, you said it's a service.
Well, I feel like this is a service that we provide, and
Yeah.
we're looking to cover the cost if we can.
Absolutely.
And that overall,
Yes.
in your programs, we're able to cover that cost, and you're still net ahead. So
Yes.
by a significant amount. So
Yes.
we're not losing money
Correct.
because these are in red. I just wanted to make that point,
Yeah, yeah.
and that it is a service.
Yes.
And that we're not necessarily looking to make tons of money on these accounts.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the P&L, on Parks and Rec, on equipment? Go ahead, Nikki.
Hi, thank you all. Can you just tell me a little more about the deconstruction over at Abraham Nichols? You said you're beginning deconstruction of the homestead.
Oh, thank you. Forgot about that program. Okay, so the Abraham Nichols, the Historic Society, a piece of that is Abraham Nichols' home. And over time, there were additions put onto that. One of them was actually an exterior porch. So that porch has no footings and is literally peeling off of the original house. So I discussed the project with the Historic Society. They have limited resources in order to preserve or maintain that structure. They'll never be able to manage those costs. So the intent is to look at dismantling that old addition, build a proper footing under it, and then restore as much of the physical structure as possible, and then build everything else around to it so it looks like it was original. and we'll move from there. But it's going to be a phased project because it's, you know, that's going to take a lot of man hours, and we're just going to have to find ways to dovetail in, and we've got some time to do this, so we'll separate the main home from that addition. That's object one. Get the material that they have stored in there into another location. So it'll be a, you know, a multi-year project.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to get in trouble if I don't ask this. I have a lot of chattering friends out there that really want their kids playing rec basketball in open gym, right? And I know that we have issues with getting into the schools. We just spoke about that. What's different now? I know when my boys were growing up, they loved rec basketball. That's where they wanted to be every night. So I'm hearing anyway that these kids aren't able to get into the gyms at night. It's not offered. What's
Well,
the whole deal
that's
there?
a piece of the story. So what was isn't anymore for a variety of reasons. I mean, just general security standards in a pool, in a school, get my mouth working, is wildly different. So the idea that you could just pop in and you not know who that person was is a sea change from what it was in the past. So right there, we would have to require some form of registration, so there would be at least a list, and there would have to be somebody to check off on that list, and who's supervising that, how many people actually we would have to staff to both have at the main desk, but also to ensure that the school was secure. Unfortunately, there have been incidents. The school has called some of our programs out on over the years where something goes wrong, and it's consequential, and we need to take responsibility for that, and have, which is why the standard that we've lived on before just isn't universally applicable any longer. The idea that open rec can just happen in another facility, any school for that matter, comes with costs and complexities that make it a little more expensive. And if it was something that the community absolutely positively wanted to see implemented, I'm sure we could do a cost breakout of what it would take to do it. We're not against the concept. It's how we're able to do it with the resources that we have. If I'm not making a pitch, but if we had a gymnasium, I'm making a pitch. If we had a gymnasium, it's already, did I just make a pitch? Yes. If we had a gymnasium, it would be under our control. It would already be incorporated for our programming. It's that much. I apologize now. When we talk about maintenance, you'll yell at me about that. The reality is that those costs are already built in on some level. If we're doing it in a Board of Education facility, it's something entirely different, and it's we are putting money out just to be there. So.
Any other comments or questions on Parks and Rec? No? Thank you. All right, we are moving on. Oh, I'm sorry, Dimitri, don't go anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere.
Page 415, tree warden. Thank you.
Hey, Dimitri, can I ask a question?
Of course.
I just saw this on the Parks and Rec performance measures. Just out of curiosity, how did we grow in acreage from 24 to 25, from 1800 to 1835? What was that change?
Trying to see what properties that we have acquired that we incorporated into general management. We haven't officially adopted any new park land, because that's a town council jam. But there's always other properties. So if you were to look at the Grace Church property, if you were to look at the Hardy Lane properties, there are always properties that in essence, we have to put resources towards to manage, whether it be just cutting the grass or, keeping it safe, do fall under our umbrella. It may account for that. I apologize for not knowing specifically.
Wasn't trying to stump you. Just
It's
curious.
it's no worries, but it is a dynamic system. It always changes. Something new is always on our plate to manage.
Thank you, Dimitri.
As we start talking about tree warden budget, where are we on budget to actual for current year? Maria?
What you count?
For the tree warden.
Trees. Tree warden.
Hold on. I think I came to the board before where the emergency service is over 37,000. I think it had to do with one of the storms. Dimitri, I think it was one of the storms, the micro.
Well, that would be the one, excuse me, that probably was the one in July 3rd, just be.
The microburst or whatever.
Yeah, that kind of flattened Unity, Twin Brooks, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, that was on August 21. We paid $41,000.
That would be it.
Mhm.
Yeah, that would be the one.
Okay. How are we looking this year, Dimitri?
Overall, I think we're doing very well. There aren't any major drivers out there. I mean, let me back up. Storms are storms in whatever form they take. So if it's a microburst or a blizzard after a blizzard after a blizzard after a blizzard, there's something that we can point to quantify whatever's driving those costs. So I don't look at those as anomalies or whether or not we're budgeted right. I look at just regular drivers. There isn't an emerald ash borer issue that's driving or going to drive major costs. That's not to say there's nothing out there. I need to clarify, but there's something called beech leaf disease, for example, if anybody cares to know. But the reality is there's not a lot of beech trees on, along the public roadways as there were ash trees. So though, our environment is being hit, our response to it is going to be decidedly different. At some point, Beach Park Drive isn't going to exist because it is beaches, but it's a contained area, and we can, adopt other measures to try to, manage the failure. But people weren't planting beech trees as street trees, and most of the, the urban forest along those roads are not made up of it. So we're not experiencing that, and there's not something that's, really pushing the buttons. Beetles, you name it. Any of the things that are happening are not going to be affecting us. So I think we're quite stable budgetarily for our regular operational budget. I think we're in the sweet spot in terms of what we're actually being funded and what we're expending on an annual basis.
And were lantern flies as bad as we had predicted?
So lantern flies are going to freak everybody out because they're very stunning and easy to see. Again, the reality is what that vector is going to affect. So lantern flies are going to be on ailanthus trees, for example, and they're junk trees anyway, and there are, again, not a lot of them along the the roadways of our community. There are some fruit trees. See, I fixed it. Shut up. I can't fix yours. Fruit trees are affected by lantern flies. The same thing as the Asian beetle. There are going to be pockets where these things are going to affect it, but they're not there in such intensity as we experienced when the ash trees were affected. It's just not the same thing, and we do watch it. There are things out there we need to watch, but just in terms of what our forest is made of, we're okay right now. Unless you want me to make you nervous.
That's okay, thanks.
Thank you for all you do for the town, by
Thank
the
you,
way.
Dave.
So the other day, Beaches Park was flooded, and I happened to walk. I guess we closed it, and I walked down, and I saw. I guess it's the north end, where there's like a waterfall.
Twin Brooks.
Twin Brooks. That's what I'm sorry. What
Okay.
did I say?
Yep.
Anyway, Twin Brooks. Yes. There's like a waterfall, and it comes down, and it looks like there's supposed to maybe be an in-ground drain or something.
It was clogged.
Is that all? That's what
That's
it
all
seemed
that was.
like.
It
Okay.
was. There was actually it was a park sticker sign that got you say no, make sure that you have your parking sticker displayed proudly. That
There's an irony in there someplace. but-
there is
Yeah.
mostly on the headache that it causes, but it fell into the into
And
the
blocked it in the drain.
Blocked it. the
So there
leaves
is
got
a
on
drain
top of
there.
it.
Okay, I was just curious.
That was
Thank
it.
you. All right.
We're good to go.
Go ahead, Mary.
You don't have to look over. We were talking drones this morning, and so I'm just curious, would that be helpful at all for the town if you were able to fly a drone in the areas where, to identify if there are issues with trees, disease, leaning, ones especially that would be the UI issue, to put that back onto them, that there's issues before they happen, and then having to call emergency crews and spend the extra for that? Or do you think mainly at this point where those issues would be are within parks that aren't along trees and over lines? I was just thinking about it.
So that's not a far-fetched idea. It is used essentially looking over the overall health of various forested areas, and you could see that very easily. You can get a lot of that even from Google Earth, believe it or not, if you have the right image. You could see the Pequannock River Valley is, over the last 20 years is wildly different, and you could see how and what is actually being affected. In terms of doing that in a practical sense along the roadways, that would be a pretty significant flyover, though I'll leave that to Bill to tell me I'm out of my mind before I even suggest it. But more importantly, even if you were to do that, would you want to then essentially be seeking out that work ahead of time? So the way that our system generally works right now is that we are alerted to a failing of a tree by a property owner, and then we start the process of determining it's theirs, it's ours, and whatever, and that to a degree kind of throttles tree removal. I know it's, well, aren't we going to remove them? Eventually you will, but when would you is sort of the key. Do we want to spend millions of dollars looking at every tree? I mean, I joke with George all the time, never ask me to look up, because you wouldn't want to know what I see. And it's a version of the same thing. You just let it come to you as if it was a pothole, and then we have a system in place to address it, as quickly as possible. And storms don't count.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking more on the UI side to push it back to them before something happens. But, it might be a big job. Just kidding. Separately, 1,000 trees for Trumbull. Do you know where you're going to be looking for this year?
Where I'm going to put them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're replanting up at Tashua Knolls and the Mary Bill's property. We're doing those two, but mostly in the front of Tashua. We lost a lot of trees as a result of the ground-to-sky clearing along Tashua Road and the interior, so we're going to replace a good chunk of them, and we already have set that in motion for this year.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions before we let Dimitri out of the hot seat?
Right back here.
That's true. George Estrada is here with Department of Public Works and our town engineer, and Dayanara is here with them. If you guys want to come sit, be comfortable. Doug made a face. Doug, I want you close enough I can give you my shopping list so I don't have to go this week. We're going to be going to page 231. While you guys are getting seated, I just want to say thank you. That one big storm, you guys were so well prepared and everything was clean and open so quickly, and thank you.
Floor is ours.
Floor is yours, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Finance Board. We are here, we will attempt to answer any of your specific questions. But to begin, I will say that we attempted to bring a budget for consideration to the First Selectman's office and Finance Department that did not have any major fluctuations from last year. There are minor adjustments from agency to agency, and we work closely with Finance and the First Selectman on some of those, the adjustments that they made after, to arrive at what they presented to the board. We've had our challenges over the year, obviously. We've seen it with the weather. This year has been the one that's glaring for all of us. And we've had building maintenance has also been challenging at times, also, and it continues because we have some issues that we're working through now. The frost heave situation affected a section of this building with water penetrating back into the building when we had the real deep freeze, but that was across. We were talking to Easton, who had the same thing at their town hall building. It was just a result of the weather that we were having. So the reprieve we're feeling yesterday and today gives us encouragement that there's hope on the horizon, but we can't get complacent because we really still do have a good 2, 3, 4 weeks of risk out there. We're prepared for, but we're also praying for the best. With that, I will turn it over to the board for questions.
Is it easier for you guys if we kind of go through each department, if we walk through? Do you have the budget, like as presented to us, the munis?
Yes.
Can we kind of just go through by department and just hit the highlights? This is the first time through for some of our board members, so
Sure.
we're trying to make sure that that we know what questions to ask and where we should be looking.
So my first is
think-
wetlands, page 149.
On page 233 is where.
49 is later.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if you start on 231, we're at Public Works in the Director's Department. Can we start there? That's okay?
Okay.
That's the order I have on the sheet. Makes it easier, that's all.
Sure. So the Public Director's budget, our increases there. Okay, thank you, Cal. Our increases were mainly contractual wage adjustments, you will notice, and step movement that are all contractual. That there was really no major adjustments from last year.
Okay. Any questions in Public Works Directors? No. Moving on. No real changes in staffing, George?
Okay. Highway, the Highway Division.
Public Works Highway, we're on page 243.
Back up a minute.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So overtime salary from $4 million last year to $6 million this year due to,
The contractual increases.
oh, I'm sorry. Disregard the whole question.
6 million in overtime.
I missed the decimal.
I panic here.
I had a look.
How come nobody's talking about this?
When did that happen?
I just wanted to see if everybody else
Oh.
knew what it was.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, what page are we on?
It's a good thing Vicky's sitting close to the AED on that one.
So for the highway division, we initially proposed about a 3.9% increase. And the main drivers in that were, again, salaries, material costs, needed for maintaining drainage, paving, the general functions of the Public Works Department. The staffing levels were not increased. It's flat. It's the same 35 positions from last year carry over to this year, so there were no increases in positions in the Highway Department.
Any other questions in Highway? Go ahead, Mary.
This is the last year, I always call them culverts, catch basin, I don't know why I say that. The last year for that contract, are we gonna have an issue going forward? I know it was very high before we went with this company, and they had such a great price, and
We're locked in for a price for this year. We were just working before the meeting on extending the contract for cleaning catch basins for this year. I don't foresee any big jump. We also have a second catch basin cleaning truck that was funded, and we just received it. So we're gonna have town resources backfilling all that to try to save money also. So we'll manage it. Catch basin cleaning, I don't see as a problem. I don't know if Doug has anything to add to that.
No, we're actually going to cut down what we did last year to this year because of the 2 new machines. So we're in good shape.
perfect, thank you.
Any other questions in Highway? Massimo?
Hey, George, question regarding staffing, is this the department where we have that pending hire that requires the CDL license?
Yes. Well, we have hired, currently we are fully staffed at this point, right? The 35. The 35 are in place, and I'll ask Rich, our Director of Operations, to give you further depth.
So it's becoming harder and harder to find qualified employees with a CDL to hire at the town of Trumbull. We've tried a couple different methods to hire people, which was bridging to like seasonal help, kids coming in at high school, working with the younger kids to see if they have the aptitude for it. And that's worked out well. You guys fund it for us, and we've actually hired 2 employees off the seasonal roles, but they usually don't have CDLs. So when we hire them, they're required to get their CDL within 6 months as part of their probationary period. Once they get it, then they're a full-time hire, and we bring them. Worked out very well. But even in the open market, it's harder and harder to find people with CDL licenses. And some people that may be very qualified for the job, have been in different industries, would not want to necessarily pay the $3,000 up front to get a job that they're going to be on probation for 6 months. So it's some kind of ability to pay them if they come here, if they put in the time, if it's a very qualified person, and they want to get their CDL while they're here under probation, backfilling them with some money to compensate them for getting the CDL may bring more people, entice more people into applying for jobs at the town of Trumbull. It's a very competitive market for the jobs here at Highway and at Parks Department for these people to come in and do the work that we do. Not a lot of people want to get out there and shovel in the summer and get out there and do sidewalks in the winter and all that stuff. So there are some younger people, but they don't have their CDL. So we've been trying to brainstorm to see how we can help fill these jobs at the town of Trumbull with very qualified people helping to manage that.
Is there any appetite to offer them the training? So if you come on board during your probationary period, we pay for the training, but if they leave within 3 years, they have to pay that training back?
So, you know, if they're going to go through the CDL process, if they want to come to the town of Trumbull and they're willing to go through the CDL process, they have to pay real money for that training. And if they pass that training, we're going to give them that job, you know, if they were qualified for it. A payback period, I don't know if that would help entice people or discourage people that, you know, the thought of
I'm thinking
moving
that
on.
$3,000 or $4,000 for a younger person, and this is their first real job, that's a lot of money to outlay on their own. It
Yep.
shows their commitment to do that,
Yeah.
but it also shows them that if they have their CDL, they can jump and go wherever they want. You might want to consider that if we offer them even 50% of the training cost to show our commitment to them and vice versa, that if they do that and they stay for 3 years or 5 years, whatever the appropriate amount of time is. We do that a lot with continuing education courses. Some of the certification courses in healthcare can be $1,000 or a couple $1,000, where we offer that as part of their compensation package for reimbursement. But if they leave within the calendar year that they have that training or certification, they're required to pay that back. So a lot of the specialty licensures and testing. So something to think about.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. If you want to consider giving them something for the CDL training if they're coming to the town of Trumbull, then requiring, some kind of period.
That might be something to talk to Tom McCarthy about, to see if how that fits in with whether it's union contracts or whatever.
Yeah.
So find out if that's a possibility. Anybody else? Go ahead, Vin.
Question on the truck replacement. I see you're buying a Ford 150, and it's replacing a GMC, and I see it was eliminated. Well, first of all, is it really needed? I see the existing truck is over 20 years old. But the second thing is that the police were in it earlier and talking about the poor maintenance record of Ford products that they've been seeing. And I'm wondering if you really want to buy another Ford. So 2 questions there. Do you really need it? And do you really want to buy a Ford?
We're comfortable pushing it off another year. I mean, it's a 50-50. It could cost us more money.
Here's what we'll do is we're going to ride it out, and we won't put any big money into the existing truck, and we'll be able to keep this thing going. If we can't, we'll manage. When it comes to the Ford trucks, we haven't seen a big issue with the heavy duty. Now, something like police have a smaller vehicle, whatever. We haven't seen any problems with the larger pickup trucks and such.
Yeah, they have the SUVs, which is a different animal. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Oh, and great job on the tour. That was excellent.
I want to thank all of you that attended. That was great that you took the time.
All right. We're good in this department? Anybody else? You want to back up to streetlights, page 239? Another one of those accounts that we all laugh about.
Yeah.
Except for Vicky, who had to learn about all the lights and the lumens and how to pick them out and where. Would have been easier to redecorate the house. Those good skills.
The streetlights we manage closely. Obviously, as we've discussed in the past, we want to be gentle in the application of streetlights to not change the character of Trumbull's existing character. There are residents that have moved in from more urban places, New York City, and I get the calls, and their question is, there are no lights on my street. And I say to them, that's part of the beauty of where you live. It really is, because otherwise then you live in a city, and this is a town, and part of its beauty is that character. So we carefully manage that. We do have a process in place where if someone is asking for a light, we will send them a form, and they must have that form signed by the residents of every adjacent property that will be affected by that light directly. So in theory, that could be anywhere from 2 to 5 houses, depending on the street. And they have to knock on their neighbors' doors, and they have to have a conversation as neighbors whether or not they want that there. Not that one person comes in with a different thought process about what illumination should be and governs what's going to happen on their street. It has to be something that the community requests. We don't receive a lot of them. During COVID, when everyone was sitting on the front porch, we were getting a lot of them. That has really tapered down, fortunately. We managed that very carefully. We did not allow it to get out of hand. And I pretty much it's a status quo from last year to this year. I think we might have added one or two last year.
George, just a quick question on that. Is that the only criteria, is unanimous approval of it? And we would put
It
in?
is because there's no official town ordinance or policy.
Okay.
So it's prior to my arriving, DPW had established that as a procedure so that there would be some sort of formal way of considering something like that, but not that it's just an open door for everyone to. What we try to explain is lights really are for vehicular and pedestrian safety, and that doesn't mean illuminating an entire street. That means an intersection or a high traffic area, commercial zones, that sort of thing. In the neighborhoods, street lights are not meant for safety in that category. If you are uncomfortable for some reason, you would need to put on lights on your home.
And do we know what the driver of the increase was for this year, Maria? The driver for the increase, it's up 1.3%. Is that just what we were told it was going to cost, or is that because of?
Well, it's a UI, but I will look into it.
I'm just curious. It's not a huge amount. I was just wondering why.
I'd like to just add to, Madam Chair, Rich Infante and I have, we are in conversations with a consultant, and we're going to see what exactly they're proposing, because they do an audit, a streetlight audit, first to be sure that all of the lights that you're being charged for actually are in place, because at times a pole may come down in an accident. They put the pole up quickly because you have to get the wires and everything up, and there have been instances where DPW has noticed that the fixture never went back up. So we contact them, and they do come right out and they get that up. So it'll be an audit, and then they will make a proposal to us on methods of lowering our cost.
Good.
So,
Do they charge us to do that?
not at this point, so I'm.
Let's get it done
I'm
then.
in conversation right now.
Can you repeat your question?
I just wanted to know what the driver was for the increase, or is that a number that they give us?
Oh, yeah, that's an increase based on their fees.
Okay, that's all.
Providers. I thought you wanted, that you were saying it was over budget, which is not.
No, I just asked what caused it to go up, and did they do it just by the number of lights we have?
It's just a distribution cost increase.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on streetlights? Go ahead, Paul.
George, refresh my memory. The number of $390,000 annually, does that include the costs of traffic lights and street lights on state-designated highways? Do we pay for that, or does the state pay for that?
The state pays for theirs, I believe. I'm uncertain.
All the state pays for
Their own,
equipment
yeah.
on the state road.
The state pays for their own lights on the state roads. And
So
we
the
pay for
the
theirs.
relatively newly installed traffic lights, for example, on Main Street and Whitney Avenue and on 111, those are paid for by the state.
Yeah, those we pay for, the traffic lights.
The traffic lights we pay for. The
'Cause
street lights the state
well,
pays for.
The other, what we were talking about are street lights, which is just illumination.
Right.
But the traffic lights, those we pay for.
Thanks.
All right. So that takes care of.
Actually, Laney, can I
Yeah.
ask
Oh, go
another
ahead.
question?
I'm sorry.
George, I'm going to ask you this question because I feel like I'm going to be forced to ask it. I'm asking the same thing to the Board of Ed. Energy overall, you mentioned the street lights. Have we looked into any energy performance contract, options similar to what you're talking about with doing an assessment and zero upfront costs, with opportunities to optimize our energy across our municipality, to see if there's an opportunity to reduce that from a budgetary perspective across the entire town?
We have had a number of conversations with firms that offer that type of service. The energy audits that we have done, Dimitri has actually participated in with UI, with rebates. We're currently doing one which will be completely paid for through a state grant and a UI offset for the police department. And that will include an entire relamping at the police department. So we've done it building by building, but not holistically. It's something that we definitely need to consider. It just hasn't been something that we've applied our focus to be honest with.
I think based on what you find for savings at the police department, that might be motivation to look across town.
Yeah.
So, any other questions on that? Do you want to do snow removal now, or should we skip that one?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do
What could be
snow
more exciting?
removal
Yeah.
on page 255, please.
So snow has been, as obviously we are all very aware of how exciting of a winter we've had. To put it in perspective, we've had 29 event days, and of those, 16 full out days. That means that 16 of those 29 times, all of our equipment was out responding to a storm. Our budget, and we will probably bring a report next month as we close out the season to the Board of Finance. We'll work with, we usually work with the Finance Director on that, and we prepare something for you so that you have in writing. We'll do the true-ups as the end of year occurs. But currently, our overtime budget is at $345,000. It was budgeted at $135,000. And I had one updated number here, just let me look at something. So, and our supply line is at 525,000. What is it, 77?
Open POs.
And an open PO of 77,000. And our budget for that line item was 302,000.
It's darn weather gods.
We're 302,000 over budget. Sorry.
302 over budget. So total over budget right now? Is,
Yeah.
is that
Yeah.
6? Yeah.
Again, I will take a deep breath and I will say thank you. Our roads were passable and much better than other surrounding towns, and I am very thankful that you were all out at weird hours on weekends and holidays and all of that. So thank you.
For the first 2 months, every event was on a weekend, which was just brutal. One weekend, we actually had 4 events in one weekend. We had a Saturday, real early morning Saturday. That night, another storm came in, the following morning on Sunday, and then Sunday night. So it was for our guys, and I thank them every day when I see them. It was exhausting. They never flinched, and really, it was overwhelming, the positive response from the community this year. Really, it was incredible. I'd say 99% of the communications coming to us were saying thank you, what an incredible job. I just crossed over the line into whatever community they were traveling, and they were seeing almost like an invisible line where it was completely different from one side of the street to the other. So it's them.
Yes. I'd just like to echo Mrs. McHugh and all of us and the 99% of the people, because you guys were absolutely amazing. It was I work in Monroe, and I'd take the back roads from Trumbull to Monroe, and it's true. It was like you were going, and all of a sudden you were in the storm. You left these clear roads, and you guys were just absolutely amazing, and thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an incredible crew.
Yeah, it was very evident that you guys kept on top of it before it got too bad as the crews came by to do that. Also, I have put in a petition to the supermarket to track your card, because if you have 2 carts and I see you in the supermarket, then I know it's going to be a bad storm. So I just have to ask you, does your wife cook for every storm like that, or just for the big ones?
They've been requested now she's been requested for the sausage biscuit breakfast. Yeah.
Yeah,
It makes
well,
all the difference.
it really, it does.
But everybody is, one of the supervisor's wives make it, his wife makes it, we all chip in and we kind of feed each other.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. But so I look forward to seeing you in the grocery store again, but not before a snowstorm.
And can I just say
Yeah, go
that after leaving that tour, I think we all left there just really impressed with your intelligence, your work ethic, like your whole group. That it was just very impressive, and I think we all left pretty proud.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
proud of yourselves.
And I'm really proud of them also, because it's just brutal conditions, exhausting conditions, and they all just trudge forward, and and they always say to me, "Hey, it's what we do."
You know, it's not like that everywhere, and it's certainly not that you invite us in to learn, right? So a lot of times people keep their guard up because they're afraid that if, we know what's really going on, then we won't give you money. It's so helpful to us to understand, and for those who are listening at home that don't know, the Department of Public Works invited all newly elected officials or elected officials into for a tour of the Public Works yard and facilities. We were offered a tour of the sewer and pump stations, so we understand how that works, and that basically 3 people keep all the poop flowing in Trumbull, which is amazing in itself. And then we're also looking to do a drive-through tour of town facilities, so that what parks there are and where they're located, and when we talk about the Abraham Nichols building and things. So we're working on that as well, and it's really appreciated.
Yeah. Thank you again for making the time to come. And the invitation's always open, because I know some people can't make it when we have one of those. If anyone ever wants to spend an afternoon with us, a couple hours, whatever, just reach out. We're always ready and willing.
Is Doug's wife going to make breakfast?
Would you like it?
If you go out in the truck.
Possibly.
All right, so that was the bad news in snow removal. We'll move on to building maintenance on page 259, which probably isn't any better news.
I'll now start, and then I'll ask Dimitri to fill in the blanks. Obviously our Trumbull's infrastructure, building infrastructure, is an older infrastructure. The newest building in town is more than 10 years old. The administration building, the small building down at Public Works, that's really the only new building that has been constructed in quite some time. So everything that we own requires a lot of TLC, and Dimitri does an incredible job of holding things together, but then we arrive at a point where we need to get into more significant replacements or improvements. And I mentioned earlier the facade and roof, the Yankee gutters along the front of this building. Those are inherent problems that any building of this type of design with the roof style and the Yankee gutters that a building like this, a historic building like this, has. That's just an inherent challenge with icing, damming, and backing up into a building. So with that, Dimitri, if you could just give an overview of where you are with things.
Yeah. So what George is saying is absolutely accurate. Our infrastructure is old, and we have done I think a remarkable job, always just patching everything back together again. Where Doug will keep anything with 4 tires on it going, we have to keep anything with a roof and an HVAC system operating very often exactly the same way, where we can't just pull the entire thing out and contractors will look at us like, this doesn't make sense for you to be constantly patching this stuff together. It goes, well, we're gonna do it for one more round, or we'll look at that at a later date. But capital projects, if we were to look at town hall, the police department, the EMS building, and those are the short list of extra special buildings around here. I mean, we are looking in some instances where you have foundation issues, which is, by the very word, the very structure that holds that building together, and they are failing. The DPW garages, if you did, the grand tour over there, I'm sure you might have noticed that those walls holding up those buildings don't have another 20 years in them. They may not have another 10 years in them. And the cost associated with lifting a building that is used constantly and then working to make something that is going to stand the test of time, or a 20-plus year investment, is going to cost a lot of money. HVAC across the board, this year, for some reason or another, was the inflection point of 20-year-old HVAC systems. And I shouldn't say the HVAC systems. They're boilers and furnaces that, heat exchangers just cracked in half, or there were other issues with simple apparatus, but they are old and require replacement. Other things that we are facing on the regular now is the envelope of many of these buildings. The main library, some of their windows are actually shifting out of the walls. Those are consequential, and they're not simple things to overlook or replace. But we take it piece by piece. We're not looking to do a shock and awe with any of our projects and programs, and I'm sure we'll see you again with a special appropriation in hand, because they're inescapable at that point. We're putting the general public, we have government operations, safety and health across the board, living and working, in some instances, 24/7 in these structures, and they have to work appropriately in a safe and hygienic manner.
And I might add, one of the complications always is some of the buildings are 24/7 buildings, EMS and police department. A building like this, extremely difficult to work in because it's always occupied. At night there are meetings. So it's a very careful kind of maneuvering and planning anything that we're going to do, because it's not as simple as just saying, we're gonna need the building for 30 days, we're gonna knock it out and move on. It's a incremental programming with the occupants of each space in order to do it, because the building also is so it's pretty much maximized, so we don't have a lot of swing space. It's not like we can just move people to the other side of the building and take out a wing. We'd never be able to do it in a building like this, because we'd have to actually occupy spaces like this for a few weeks in order to remove people from where they normally work, and obviously a space like this can't be offline. So those are the things that are a constant balance.
I would just like to not acknowledge the fact that Maria has prepared all of the budget stuff and gone through the beginning of budget season, displaced from her office due to the water damming and leak. In her office, she's located in a conference room amidst other files and boxes and stuff. So I appreciate the fact that she's been displaced and doesn't have all of her stuff, so it's an up and down the stairs to get what she needs, and she's getting her exercise, and she doesn't necessarily have an end in sight. So
we're getting close.
Define close.
Month and a half.
Okay. Almost there, Maria. Anybody else have any comments on building maintenance? All right. Moving on from building maintenance, fleet maintenance. Aaron, you're up. Page number would be helpful. Page 269.
Excuse me, everybody.
Fleet. So fleet maintenance, we are all aware of the incredible job that they do to preserve the integrity of the fleet. The winter obviously takes its toll on the equipment. It's constant repair after in a normal storm, let alone when we hit 20 inches. There's all sorts of maintenance that has to be done immediately after that because we have to be ready, usually within 24 hours, expecting that something else can affect us. So it's we never have the ability to just say we'll get to this when we have a moment. They have to get right into it the day of the storm, and sometimes they'll even stay later when everyone else is starting to leave, piecing things together to have them in place for the next day. I'll ask, Aaron, do you want to say anything regarding the fleet in general?
I mean, our biggest struggle this year was snow. Obviously, keeping the trucks going so that we could service the town. We had a lot of emissions failures. I don't think we're going to get away from that in the future. You know, the emissions standards are getting stricter and stricter. But on the operating budget size, we're in good shape. I think we're making all the smart purchases moving forward, and you know, we have a good plan, and we're going to stick with it. I was left in good hands, or I took over from good hands at least.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions on?
I do have a question. I noticed some notes on waiting to lock in for gas and diesel, and that gas is down 7 and diesel's up 7. Any consideration for current events and how that might get impacted, or did we lock in already?
We
did lock it in.
Yeah, we locked in
We locked in just at perfect timing.
last week.
Perfect timing.
Before the budget came out, right before.
Yeah, right before. So it was locked in. Obviously, you know, with world events, we don't know if there's any caveat to that, but we are in a good place right now.
Mary?
That was my question, is to lock in.
I like the mental telepathy, that's good. Any other questions for fleet maintenance? All right. Okay, Mary, get your paper out. Recycling Center, page 277.
I have a handout that they sent out today.
You should have a sheet that looks like this.
I gave it to them.
Put on, that's the tonnage center.
I gave it to them.
Regarding the recycling center, the biggest expenses are accounted in hauling and disposal contracts. Those are bid every 3 years with usually 1 or 2 years extension. So they're established fees that we know in advance. The increases in the recycling center budget are mainly driven through contractual price increases. We're also seeing the normal contractual wage adjustments for personnel, that those are they align with the highway division. They're the same team, so it's the same union. And other than that, there really were no other major adjustments that were not beyond the contractual basis. We are switching to a new electronic component recycler, which is a Connecticut company. We've toured that, and they will be coming in and taking over. I believe by April 1st, they'll be in place, and it's a continuation of what we have been doing. Within the budget, there was an allowance for a consideration to cut for tires, waste tires. And on that, just to give you a little bit more background, there is a we've been working with the state on when the implementation date is going to be in place for what they have instituted, which is it would be no collection cost program for the town. All fees are covered under the tire company's contract. So currently they pay $2 a tire to dispose of that. And theoretically, this will go over into this, that this will be, we will not be handling it. It's more of a state program that handles it. I had dragged my feet on it a bit because I wanted clarification on, there was a caveat in it saying that you had to receive tires within a 15-mile radius. And I don't want to open our transfer station up to anyone outside of the team, the three-town collaborative. I don't want to see tires coming in from New Haven to be disposed of there. So we're waiting on clarification on that, and we're waiting on a time frame for when the state is ready to implement the program. And that's really the only change at the transfer station. Physically, I think you've all seen the changes out on the street level on Spring Hill Road. That really helped us a lot. A couple of times that we were in a jam with real heavy traffic after the holidays, that we were able to open up that queuing, and it really facilitated traffic through there. We are working with the town attorney and the first selectman on reviewing the agreements that may be in place between the three towns, because we have been planning the physical improvements to the actual transfer station itself. We've had a fatality on site. We've had numerous car accidents. It's a very congested place. It's pretty tight up there. So we have some preliminary conceptual designs for reorganizing some of that. The area that we captured in front that used to be a valley that was overgrown, that is an area that we will expand towards and theoretically create in the opportunity for a resident to pull on either side, not have to be crossing traffic. There will be containers on both sides, and the pit, obviously, and the big one in the building. And we'll be able to manage the flow on the site in a safer way for the pedestrians that are entering and exiting their cars. All of that obviously is going to be a cost, and we are in discussions, and we'll have to have discussions with our partners in Monroe and Easton to share in those costs, because they obviously share the benefit of the facility.
Go ahead. Oh, thank you. I use all the help I can get. But I have to tell you, it's already a huge improvement to what it was. So just being able to go there. Yeah. I've been a big girl. I've gone 3 or 4 times since you've redone that. And in the 30 years I've lived here, I think I had been here 3 or 4 times total prior to that. So all good. Any questions on recycling? Go ahead, Mayor.
Are any of these sustainable measures going to hit for the coming budget year, or is it going to be down the road? Like like a mattress container or Trex or any of the?
We're working, Mari Jackson, our recycling coordinator, working at our side. We're looking at expanding recycling, but we want to do it as we make the improvements on the site, because obviously adding more into the congestion we have right now, I don't think it's safe. So we have to reorganize, and we'll be able to actually expand the recycling substantially on site.
Is that like a year out or 2 years?
I would anticipate a couple of years out.
Okay.
I'd say 2 to 3 years out, because this coming year is going to be discussions with our partners, arriving at agreements. That's obviously, there are elected bodies at all three towns that are going to have to come to agreement. And once that agreement's in place, finalizing a design and then bidding that out and actually doing the work. But that, we would be coming to the Board of Finance for the capital program plan at that time, and then for funding after.
Great, thank you.
So you guys are going to hear it first.
Go ahead, Vin.
A couple questions. On the sheet that you provided, what is the month for the year to date?
It's as of 12/30.
So it's 12:30, okay?
It's a half a year.
The other question is that in the rate definition that it says it's 92 a ton, it says that the current rate is 88.66, and you're projecting a 4% increase for '27. When is that increase effective?
We don't have the actual rate. This is an estimate that we were provided by Westport, which is our Greater Bridgeport interlocal. This would be effective July 1st.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anybody else in recycling? Okay. Thank you. Moving on to Inland Wetlands Commission, page 149.
Bill, I'll turn over to you. This is.
Inland wetlands. There's a slight increase this year. Basically, we've had a lot of development and a lot of court appeals that required a lot of fact-finding and, thank you, fact-finding and minutes. And we added $4,000 more into this budget for that. Basically, everything else was pretty flat.
And if I may add, yeah, obviously, those meetings are all legal proceedings, and they have implications for the town, so they have to be managed appropriately, proper minutes and documentation. When the town has engaged professional services a number of times just simply to confirm and validate something presented to the town by a potential developer. So it's all due diligence to protect the town.
Go ahead, David.
In the 201 account for 2026 year-to-date actual, we have a negative 10,105 number. How do we do that, and can we continue to do that forever? What is that from?
Related to that?
Did we get a refund?
so-
It's on page 152 of
Yeah.
the big book.
We got a refund, yeah.
And how do we continue to get those refunds?
Place where
It was a refund for a third-party review, I believe it was, that we did. And that was the balance that went back to them. From Plumtree.
All good on inland wetlands. Moving on to town engineer, page 287. That's where we'll find Bill. Switch hats, Bill.
I switch hats all the time. As we finish up a very busy year and start the next one, we have a lot of new projects coming up. Hence, a lot of work. A lot of it is grant funded. On the Spring Hill was a grant fund. We have culvert work that we're coming up this year on Williams and Edison Road. Again, grant funding. Whitney Avenue sidewalk grant funding. And we still have the trail connection through White Plains Road from the commuter parking lot up to Twin Brooks, and that's grant funded also. So, but there's a lot of fundamentals that have to be addressed on grant funding. The feds and the state don't make it easy. So all the dots and T's crossed, and all the paperwork is phenomenal.
And is that all supported through your office, or do you share that with where does the grant funding, like the grant
Well,
administrative
So,
work?
a lot of the grant funding comes through from Rena Bacalar. She actually institutes a lot of it, but, you know, once she gets the funding, it's up to us. And us, and Dan Martin, and everybody else. It's a lot of work.
Any question in town engineer? Go ahead. Hold on, we'll go Vinny and then Mary.
There's a comment here about the street scanning. No? The street scanning is not included, but will be included in coming years.
So every 3 to 4 years, we need to scan the streets to assess the conditions. This year, we don't have to, so that was it was in last year's budget. It won't be in this year's or next year's, but probably the year after. That's just to keep people abreast that it's still there.
But isn't that a prerequisite to do some of the road maintenance and road repaving to do the, because I thought that it's always in the critical path.
So the critical path is that you assess the roads, and that's what the street scanning is. It goes through, they drive the roads both ways, and they take pictures of it, and then they make an assessment.
And how does that get tied to the paving program? Because the paving program
The
does an
paving
assessment
program
of.
actually will pull out the pavement condition assessment, and we try to work those numbers and in areas that make sense, in the sense that you can't just pave one road here and another road across town. You need to group them to take the economy of scale.
So if a road gets a bad report here for the scan, would it kind of automatically be seen as something to be looked at to be paved again? Or would it just kind of sit there until you get to pave it? I just want to understand the sequencing.
Rich.
So the roads get assessed every 3 years. That's the period that's suggested by engineers. And I'm out there continuously looking at these roads. So if a PCI, when Bill does his evaluation as it goes through engineering department, I look at the whole map, see what the PCI conditions are, like after this winter also. There are roads that deteriorate at different rates. So we actually have to go out there, put eyes on it. If we do the assessment, 1 year, the next year things change, the year after that things change. So we actually go put eyes on it, see what else is in that area so that we could group the roads together, and that kind of dictates where it's going to be put into the paving program. Again, it's tough to say, you know, this road has a terrible PCI, we're going to work on this one road, because it's very expensive to work on an individual road in town when the rest of the paving is going on the other side of town. So we do, and this year especially, we do work on these roadways. Say the PCI number on this road comes up, it degraded a little bit more than expected. We'll do patching. We have a pothole truck that comes in. We'll patch these roads up so that we could bring it to a point that we could group roads together and get them all done. But it is critical that we do the road evaluations to get that pavement condition index set for the whole town every so many years.
Well, the only question is that I understand that, but you know, I would think that you'd want to do something every year to look at a piece of it every year, as opposed to looking at all of it in 3 years.
I drive the roads every year
Well, I know
on
you
every
do,
road in
but-
town.
but I'm
And
talking to
I
studies.
give feedback to the engineering department on how to rank these roads. We actually look at all the roads, the PCI numbers that come out, and I'll look at the worst roads, go out there, put eyes on it for that year, and look at other roads that are similar condition to see which ones have to get done right away. They move on the list. You'll see the list of roads changes every year, just because road conditions change every year and they deteriorate at different rates. So there's no, you know, it's
Well,
very difficult to have.
I understand that. I'm just talking about the scanning portion of this. If he says he
So-
does it every 3 years.
Yep, because the road conditions don't get any don't get any better. They just get worse.
Yeah, I
So
got
we
that.
have a number of roads. I mean, there's probably 100 roads that could get done in town right now. We're limited by funds, and we're limited by the time during the course of the year that we could actually work on these roads. We have a paving season of 5 or 6 months, so we have to pick the roads that are going to be the most effective. Main roads first, usually, and then secondary roads. Group them together and come up with a common sense list of roads to be able to address for the year. So, you know, assessing the same bad roads every year, they're still bad. They still need to get done. Every 3 years, we'll reset the pavement condition on all these roads. That captures which roads deteriorated very rapidly and which ones didn't deteriorate as rapidly.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask that question a different way? Because I don't think he answered what you asked. I think what
Okay.
Vin is asking is budgetary wise.
Yep.
Is there any merit to taking the engineering department scan, instead of scanning the whole town every 3 years, to do a third every year to keep the cost consistent and also to give you a running list to do that?
The better roads deteriorate also. What we're finding, the asphalt changed in about 2014 or 2015. Those roads are deteriorating more rapidly than roads that were paved back in the 80s and early 90s.
But if you're putting eyes on the road every year, and if Bill's department is doing the scan
Yep.
every 3 years, is there any benefit to him doing smaller amounts of the scanning so it's done on a continual basis? Would that be more helpful?
I don't know if it's going to add to the program at all, except spending extra money to scan roads that have just been scanned.
So is there cost efficiency in doing the whole town?
We do the whole town on the original scan.
Right.
So we rank all the roads in town on that scan. Now we have a list of roads that are bad, list of roads that are good. And we work off of that list. And we keep an eye on all the roads on that list year over year so that we can shuffle them around to get them done.
There's no saying that 1/3 of any road, 1/3 of town is worse. So you might be looking at roads on one side of town that are better than roads on this side of town. So just splitting up into thirds, you're not gonna get a true read for his program.
So it's better for consistency that you get a ranking every 3rd year and then you monitor that, versus having a third and having a rolling ranking because the ranking might not be accurate. Did I say that back correctly?
Correct.
Okay, did that answer your question? Because your question was like,
Where's his road?
It'll take 3 years to process.
We won't go there.
the-
No, I was
it'll take
trying to
3
give
years
him more
process.
money to do this
Yeah,
on a
on an
regular
annual
basis as
basis.
opposed to doing it every 3 years. And if it made sense to do it in the same year and to do a little bit every year, that might be a way to go at it. But if they prefer to do it over the 3 years, that's fine.
okay.
So, yeah, one of the things, the program we use has a decaying function that actually downgrades the road. If it was like a 75, based on a curve, that it will actually decrease it a few points. And then it's a rolling scale. So it's level up here and it goes down slow, but once it gets here, it goes down quick.
So your assessment that you do from your department, is it an actual measure of the pavement, of the density?
It's a measurement of the overall condition, the type of defects that are in the road.
It's kind of like a rubric checklist for
Yes.
each road, okay. It's not-
The technology has cameras, has sensors. It's a vehicle that is equipped with all sorts of technology. So it's actually documenting through photograph even the condition, so that we can dial into it and look at the road, what the condition was when they did the assessment. So I'll say, just my perspective on this, I think it makes more sense to do it all at once, because it allows you to on a balanced perspective, look at all of the roads where they are at that moment. Because 6 or 8 months later, after a brutal winter like we just had, some dropped off that curve. The other ones somehow were able to survive. We need to capture that in perspective of all of them ranked side by side. If you extract an area, you're really not looking at another area that may be telling you really got to get over there because that's falling apart.
Then the follow-up to that is every 3 years enough, or should it be a biannual?
Industry standard is 3 to 5 years.
Okay. Go ahead, Mary.
This isn't industry standard then. But Hartford uses AI-powered dash mount cams. That's what I was going to ask when Vinny brought this up, because I saw it was out. And so they put it on some of the vehicles that are constantly around town. So it analyzes and categorizes by what's, the PMI and how the road is and if they're starting to crack. So I don't know if that's something that
We actually had a demonstration. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the job?
Yeah, the AI powered, they have it available that you could actually put it on town vehicles, and it will keep updating it. I don't see a lot of changes on the road. Once we assess the road, it doesn't change dramatically unless it's a winter like this. And there's certain roads that will deteriorate relatively rapidly after winters like this. Other ones, there's not much change in it. So doing, continuous assessments of these roads, because we already have our road list, and we plan a year and a half in advance for all this stuff, up to 5 years in advance. Continuously updating the data, I don't think is going to get us much more in the paving program. It seems to work very well, and we've done this over time with the 3-year assessments, and it works very well in coordinating with our 5-year plan and our paving program annually. It gives us plenty of information to work with, and then we actually go put eyes on the roads in particular that we think are going to be deteriorating more rapidly, and then we may adjust when they get done in the schedule. George has moved up roads, especially we saw rapid deterioration in the Salem area last year, and we coordinated to get that done. And that was something that was unexpected. Those roads literally let go, and I think it was a compaction issue when they were originally installed. So, yeah, continuous assessments, I don't think are going to get much more for you out of this. We looked at the AI-powered cameras and everything, and it was a little bit expensive for that whole segment to be added on to our regular road assessments and PCI assessments.
Vicki?
So let's also not forget that the public works employees are on the roads all the time, right? They're looking all the time when they're driving, whether it's snow plowing, picking up leaves, whatever they're doing. So you have a continuous assessment by our employees. So let's not forget that either.
Yeah, the service gives us an independent baseline, which is really important, because otherwise then people will look at it as that it's just the priority is who you know. And that really doesn't play into this. This is an independent company that comes in with their technology and provides us through data where we should be concentrating our efforts.
Vin can attest to it's not who you know. Go ahead, Nikki.
And how do you respond to public outcry? What, does that come filter through Vicki's office to you? Does it come directly? They're calling Public Works directly, a little bit of both?
We receive, it's all year long, and you can't blame them. When you're driving down your street and you're always hitting that stupid pothole every time you come up, it gets on your nerves. So I understand why they're complaining, but the answer is really, please, we will get there. We'll try to elevate it. We'll look at it. If it's something that's deteriorating more rapidly than anticipated, we'll try to batch it into where we're coming into that general area, or with the technologies that you have supported over the last few years with patching and temporary repairs, we go in and do that to try to alleviate that, that nerve point. But I spend endless hours on the phone with people discussing paving.
And you will go respond and look at.
I go to their homes
cluster, yeah.
sometimes and knock on the door and talk to them. I understand. You can't get mad about that. It's their home. And it's our responsibility to try to make it better. So, but at the end of the day, what we always say is we can only work with the resources that we have. Yeah. We'd love to do 100 miles of road in 1 year. You can't do it.
Any other questions? All right. We'll move on to the WPCA, page 425. Give us the poop, Bill. What do we need to know?
WPCA, this year's projects coming up, we have Wildwood pump station, which, if you were at the tour, you remember the can-style pump station. That's on the schedule, and expect to have bid documents at the end of this month. We are currently working on designs for new pump station refits on Whitney and Merritt Boulevard. We've been given an earmark grant for $1.1 million for the next section of Beardsley Pump Station force main replacement. That'll be going under the Pequannock River and up under Route 25. We continue to do video inspections of our sewers and continuing the maintenance.
Questions?
Bill, what is the source of that $1 million grant? Is it federal money?
Jim Hines.
Federal money?
Yep.
And is the money in the bank? Do we have
No,
it?
not yet. I don't believe it is. But I've been told it's coming, right?
Yes, I believe that is confirmed as much as we can confirm anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, just a question on the anticipated potential 3% rate increase from Bridgeport. Do we have any information related to that or any additional?
So I did reach out to Bridgeport and said, what do you believe that's going to increase this year? And they said 3%. So that's how I put it in there. So that's it. That number is based on what we get charged from Bridgeport.
When does our contract expire with Bridgeport?
2016, but there's it goes on for another 3 years.
2026, not 16.
2000.
2026.
Okay. So it expires this year.
Expires on June 30th this year, but continues on for another 3 years.
At 3% increase.
No, whatever increase they give us every year. They set the rate every year.
Okay, and so it's not like we're gonna give you this rate now, 5 years from now, 3 years from now, it's gonna go up 2%, then it's gonna go up 4%. It's not projected in the beginning.
We have no control over that. They are doing upgrades. They do have debts coming up for upgrading the West Side plant.
And are we gonna be responsible for upgrading their systems? I remember that was a bone of contention going on for years.
So we, as the way things.
Oops.
Okay, so that's really not a conversation for this meeting, but we will be updating the town council and the Board of Finance within the next month and a half about where we are and where we're going, okay? We can't really, unless we want to go into executive session, you're talking about contracts, we can't talk about it in public.
Okay. All right, so that was fun. Public service announcement, we should have an ordinance that if you flush things that you shouldn't flush, that the penalty and fine should be that you have to go down and put the gloves on for an entire day. And anybody who wants to know more about that can reach out to Bill.
Anybody that wants to go down and take a look, we'll show them.
Don't flush it. You have to think twice. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in person. I think it was very helpful for us to learn and to get to hear how things fit together. All right. You need 5? Okay. Joan Littlefield and Lynn Steinbreck are both here, so let's just take a quick 5-minute recess, and we'll finish up for our afternoon. All right, and we're back after our short break. We'll pick back up our budget hearing with senior wellness and health under nurses. We're on page 313, and Lynn Steinbrick and Joan Littlefield are here for the next couple of departments. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Thanks for your patience. We get passionate about poop and paving.
I didn't realize this whole side of the room was another department, otherwise, I was like, oh no, look how many people I have to answer.
Well, I mean, they might still phone in questions, but I think we're good. Do you want to take us through the nursing department under public health on page 314 first?
I feel like my page numbers are different, but, so are we on you said we're on senior wellness?
This is under Director of Nursing Seniors. So if you want to talk a little bit about goals and objectives and.
So, Susan is our senior wellness nurse, and she works 19 and a half hours a week.
Put the mic on, please.
The button on the bottom. And it'll turn green. There you
There
go.
we go. Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Susan is our senior wellness work. She works senior wellness nurse. She works 19 and a half hours a week, sometimes collaborating with Trumbull Health Department for vaccine awareness and flu clinics. Majority of the time, she is working with the seniors at the Trumbull Senior Center, developing educational programs to improve their quality of life, to improve their longevity and safety in their home. And then she also does some one-on-one sessions with people who need a little bit more assistance with questions about their health, and tries to help them connect the dots in the community of where to go for questions that they may have. So ongoing, she's developed some educational programs. Most recently, she's developed monthly coffee talk, where it's a smaller group where they come and ask. It's kind of an unscripted meeting with a topic that Susan kind of drives the conversation with. So it helps, keep the conversation going and engaged. She's continuing to look for any grant revenue for programming. She did work with the health department with A Matter of Balance. That was a grant-funded program. Let's see, she does want to collaborate with Trumbull Fire Department to awareness about programs for seniors, and Mary J. Sherlock Center to more education on mental health topics. And her walking group attendance is still going, and it has increased this week by 2 people.
Questions on senior nursing? That education piece and having people help to navigate the healthcare system in and amongst itself.
Oh, yeah.
It's frightening when I see clients come in, how little they understand even just getting information. And, everybody's like, well, just hop on the portal and you can get it.
Yeah, that's not as easy. Also, it's a generation of people generally that were not really used to asking questions of their providers.
Yeah.
So knowing that that's
whatever the
okay.
doctor said was the way to
Yes.
go.
Yes.
Yeah, it is hard as far as that. Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can you tell me a little bit about your, you're talking about your wellness programs, BP screenings, et cetera. Do you do much in like med therapy management, other sorts of those sorts of programs where people could come in and
So we have in the past, we've done programs where, we kind of cycle through them, so we're not doing it all the time, but we've done sessions where we teach people how to pre-fill a medication box, maybe for the week, where we have a demo box and some candy, and we give them a list, and then one-on-one, if people need help beyond that session, they can come in with their own personal list, and the nurse can do that. But as far as, navigating, most of that is one-on-one. She will, from time to time, have different speakers for different conditions, a cardiologist, a dentist, a diabetes educator come and talk about specific illnesses so that it can get more focused for people who may have that condition or a family member with that condition.
And is that generally on site at the senior centers and so forth? Or-
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Any areas of the budget we should be looking at?
Nothing's, I didn't ask for anything extra than we normally get.
Then we can go on to public school nursing, page 355.
List. So the biggest thing in this is going to be the salary increase that I'm asking for to be adjusted to be competitive in the marketplace for nursing. We've lost a significant number of nurses to other districts in the last 5 to 10 years. And our nursing staff itself, 50% of our staff has less than 6 years with us. And the majority of people who have left have been here less than 5 years to go to other districts for more money. So I did an extensive assessment, or last several years I've done extensive assessments of the area, contracts and comparisons for what school nurses are paid. And I developed a step system, which we don't have in our department, to be able to get the people that are newer some more in line so they won't leave districts either. Just this year, we lost a nurse to Shelton for $10,000 more a year, and she'd only been a school nurse for 4 years. So they were able to hire her at a higher level than their entry level, even though on paper at Shelton, their entry level money is lower. And actually, she didn't even seek out that job. She was actually approached by Shelton because she's a mom in the district, and they approached her and offered her the job, and she couldn't turn it down. So that being said, I have developed a step system with an increase based on number of years of service in hopes to not only keep the people that have been here, but also keep the people who have been here longer also competitive, and so that someone that's brand new isn't going to make more than someone who's been here for 10 years. So, yes.
So, am I understanding this correctly? So the amount that you're talking about in terms of this needed salary adjustment is about $40,000, is that correct?
Is it about 50? It's, the difference is, sorry. Oh, for the public schools, yes, it would be about 40,000. So I'm
40,000.
thinking both sides, yes.
So it's a rate change in the hourly basis from $21.50 to $24? Am I reading that
Oh,
correctly?
no, you're reading, those are the, that would be the certified nursing assistant that you're looking at for that. The nurses for 0 to 3 years of service would be $40 an hour.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Is it possible for you to give us just a historical look at staffing and how many you've lost to what districts?
Yes, I have a list of what our area salary differences are, and I have the asterisks on there where we've lost staff to.
Okay.
So I can give you that.
And how many staff that you've lost? Not just the districts we've lost them to, but just to look at, we lost 4 people in, 2023.
Yeah.
We lost, could you?
I have that, yes.
Can you just send that after?
Sure.
For follow-up?
I mean, over the time that I've been here, between full-time subs who I've lost to other districts, part-time, and I've turned over between hire and lose 109 staff people in 10 years.
Okay.
We have a full-time staff of 18, but between subs and full-time, we no longer have any part-time. But, it's coming, it's a revolving door of people. And I've, you know, since when I first started in school health, like you had to put in your time as a sub in order to even be considered for a school nurse position. You couldn't get hired unless A, you'd been a nurse for a long time, and B, you had been a sub. And people would sub just to get their foot in the door and so they would be known. Now, I mean, we can't get subs. Part of it is our pay is less than other district for subs, and part of it is it's a lot harder job than it used to be, you know, even 10 years ago. The kids are more complex. The treatments that we have to do in schools are more complex. The care plans, the expectations of parents of what's going to happen in the school day is much more demanding and complex. As the teacher role has evolved, it trickles over into the health office. Teachers have so much more on their plates that, you know, it just it gets, you know, flows over to the nurse's office, and the kids have a lot more on their plate. So we're seeing there's a lot of volume, a lot more than we used to see in the health office for complex healthcare needs, as well as things like mental health needs and minor health issues.
Sorry. Do you have data on like the number of visits that they see during a day or
Yes.
things like that?
Yes. So we have some schools that have a significantly larger number of health office visits than another school. It's same size, and we do take a deep dive into the data. Last year, one school that we were having a lot, you know, I was able to meet with the principal and the assistant principal and the nurse, and we, you know, went through the entire year, the reasons, the teachers, the number. I mean, it was extensive. It took me probably, you know, 4 to 6 weeks to really dive into the information and calculate it out, but trying to figure out, you know, what are the kids coming to the health office for. And it translates over into missed class time, you know, which is really what we were trying to relay to the principal and the assistant principal. And in a 21st century nurse is really supposed to be there to help advance education. Mostly what we're doing is we're putting out a lot of fires all day long. So it's difficult to advance education when we're putting out fires. So the reason why a lot of people leave is because school nursing is not the easy job that they thought they were coming to. They're like, oh, would that be nice? You know, the nice part of the school, you know, job is it's a happy place to work. You essentially have people singing down the hall. Kids who even don't like school want to be in school most days. You know, the majority of people who work there like their job. So and you're mostly dealing with a lot of healthy kids who may have some complex healthcare needs, but for the most part they roll with it. And but there's a lot to track. There's a lot that we're responsible for. There's a lot we're liable for. It is a high risk liability job, and so the nurses realized very quickly, this is a lot, and I'm not getting compensated what I could be getting compensated for this amount of responsibility. And so then they look for work elsewhere if they're leaving the field. If they're not leaving the field, they'll look for some place where they can get compensated more for doing the same job.
And I'm assuming that the non-public school nurses, which is on page 365, will mirror that on a smaller level.
Yes.
Questions on public school nursing or non-public school nursing? And then we'll move on to the health department. Welcome, Joan.
Thank you.
We are on page 295.
Yep. 295, and then just kind of moving to what the health department is all about, which is 296 through 298. So largely our health department consists of 2 sanitarians, a public health nurse, and a preparedness coordinator, along with myself and assistants who help with billing and documentation. So our sanitarians have been responsible for ensuring that all of our food establishments, including those that are in long-term care facilities, schools, et cetera, and of course all of the restaurants are
inspected on the frequency that each one should be inspected on, and that is determined by the complexity of the service being provided by that food establishment. We license them every year, and they inspect cosmetology facilities, tobacco vendors, and they're responsible for the public pools. The lakes get sampled in several spots every summer, on a weekly basis for bacterial counts. And then the septic system is also very complex. They look at building plans to determine whether any new construction, right now in Trumbull, it's mostly additions, expansions, and then renovating some older septic systems. And the rest of the town is on sewer, which is not as complicated, obviously. And so they are part of the whole building permitting process and make sure that they go on site and do soil testing for absorbing the effluent, et cetera. Our public health nurse, I think everybody's familiar with our vaccination program and making sure that we're providing sufficient ongoing vaccinations throughout the year and then ramping up before cold and flu season to make sure that flu vaccines, and we're reintroducing COVID vaccines this year, are all available to Trumbull residents, and trying to increase both visibility and to ensure the acceptability of vaccines altogether, encouraging folks to continue to make sure that they themselves are vaccinated and their families are vaccinated. Sue Jacozzi, and that's Sam Cousins. Sue Jacozzi is our preparedness coordinator, and she coordinates with several groupings of health departments in what we refer to as Region 1, which mirrors what Megan's team focuses on too, to collaborate with other towns to make sure that as intertown and intercommunity health departments, that we are coordinated in identifying anything untoward that might be happening, like a biohazard, bioterrorism, or a new pandemic, to be coordinating in the way we identify that something's going on and the way we respond to it. And Sue and Sam also do all of our outreach to the community for providing some health education, putting on clinics for knowing your numbers so people can come in for A1C testing and blood pressure testing. They collaborate with TPOG quite a lot on QPR, which is the suicide prevention, sort of a light touch suicide prevention program, Narcan training so that we can reduce our overdoses. So we try to collaborate with the seniors, with the senior center, with the emergency team, and with TPOD extensively to make sure that we're providing programming that works for the community and looking at trying to extend that into the topic areas that people want to have. So that's what we're doing. I don't know if anybody has questions about our role in town.
It's much more expansive than most people think, the amount of stuff that you have going on there.
It's a little deeper. Even the food and septic is deeper than you would think. So.
And are we able to cover all the establishments with the 2 sanitarians that we have?
We sure are. They're incredibly efficient. So they have everyone on rolling schedules rather than clustering the inspections by certain months. Mm-hmm. They have them all scheduled out. Those in the long-term care facilities, those have to be seen 4 times a year. Mm-hmm. Others that just do some very fancy food are 3 times a year. The basic eateries are 2 times a year, and then the more takeout places, like convenience stores, are once a year. So they have them all scheduled out, and they know exactly when they need to hit them all.
And are they spot inspections, or do the people know they're coming?
Both.
Okay.
Yep. And they do a lot of re-inspections too. There's also a tremendous amount of coaching. So if a food establishment isn't up to par on certain aspects, I mean, they used to be in the paper, but the Hearst is not publishing these results much anymore. If it's very serious, then we suspend their license until they rectify what happened. They have 72 hours if it's very serious to rectify. If they don't, then it gets suspended. But if it's like a foundational problem where they need to get some things right or get the flow of things right, cooling food quickly, if they're going to be reheating it later, getting that right. If it's more of a coaching thing, they spend a lot of time going back, checking again and again, is your team actually following the instructions they've been given? So they spend a lot of time at each place. They know them well, let's just say.
And I noticed that your numbers on your flu and COVID vaccines were up this year. Was there something that you did specifically to promote that, or?
Yeah, and that was actually last year, because these numbers
That's
are
right.
all like a year behind. So that was when COVID vaccinations were still pretty much in demand. And the team, and this is before my time, and the team emphasized the flu clinics and moved into doing a lot of social media marketing of flu clinics, and it bumped up the flu vaccines quite a lot. We kept that going this year in FY26, but we weren't able to do COVID this year because we needed a new medical advisor before the season started to do that. So we'll bring COVID vaccinations back next year in a modest way.
Questions for Health Department? Go ahead, Paul.
Joan, your offices are located in the White Plains Road building, is correct?
Yeah.
Can you talk to us for a minute about the condition of that building and whether or not it's functional for your use?
Yes, it is. It's ideal.
Comfortable?
Very comfortable for our
Is the building in good shape?
It's in great shape. Yeah. Yeah, no complaints about the building. Our vehicles could
Vehicles?
stand to turn over.
Can't have everything.
The vehicles are getting pretty old, so the next time somebody else gets a new one and wants to give us another hand-me-down that's a little bit fresher, the team would be grateful. We only have 2, so if the police department's getting new stuff, we take their hand-me-downs very happily.
Maybe not.
Maybe not?
Not what we heard today.
Oh, okay.
You get all the Fords.
I mean, they're not gonna, listen, they're not gonna fall apart. Like, they are safe going around town. We just wouldn't take them out of town, our current vehicles, so. But the building is great. I love it.
Last year, they had done some work on the basement for waterproofing and some storage. That all got completed.
It's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maria, they use pool cars, or they have cars that are dedicated to their department?
Dedicated.
Yeah, those cars actually came for when they were health district.
So they've been there for a while?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have?
But they are hand-me-downs.
They are, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because one of them was a detective car before we
Yeah,
got it.
yeah. In the past, all the vehicles from the police department were hand-me-downs to the different departments.
Yeah.
Even the first selectman in my vehicle, they were all hand-me-downs.
Do we have data on that? It's not in our budget book with the fleet.
We can get the mileage and the age.
Yeah, if
We
you
have
just
that.
let us,
Yeah, we
just
have
let
that.
us know.
Police book has.
No, the police has their data,
Yeah.
but they don't have the whole fleet, so I was just curious what our fleet looks like. Go ahead, Nathan.
Do you guys, in your immunization program, take part in the Vaccines for Children
Yes.
program? How
Yes.
much does that cost you at the end of the day?
So we get the vaccines for free from the state,
Okay, that's
which
what I
is
thought.
great. So, and we do recoup some vaccine administration costs, if insurance will cover it. Not every insurance will pay a public health department
Okay.
to administer. So that's where.
But if they're coming through Medicaid or any of the
Yeah,
the state
yeah,
carriers,
Medicaid is hard,
Yeah.
just because of the way Medicaid manages the
Everything.
provider numbers. Yeah, so we're working on that, but we have very few Medicaid patients at the
Okay.
moment. It seems to undulate a little bit over time in terms of the proportion, but otherwise, that part's going well. The Vaccines for Children is a blessing to the town. Otherwise, our vaccine procurement costs would be a lot higher.
And so do you keep a lot of stock on site then, or does it roll through fairly quickly?
We keep a fair amount on site, and then we've gotten pretty good at figuring out how to order about maybe 75% of what we're going to need. And then we try not to over order, because sending it back is not great for many reasons. Partly for cold chain and partly just the tedium of it. And then we can always order a little bit more later in the season, and they'll send it.
My other question, do you take part in the drug take-back days or any of those DEA programs?
We haven't been, because we don't have the secure facilities for it. We rely on the police department for that.
Okay, because I know other towns have done that, and it's been
Yeah.
a collaboration between their health department
great
and their
idea.
police, or the state police often
Yeah.
take part in it too.
It's a great idea.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I'll write that down. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mary.
I'd just say we do it, but it's through TPOD and the police. So the
Yeah.
town does do it, just not through the health department, because because you need the police with the vehicle and all that.
But we can always fan the flames and help. It's part of what we love to do, is just help to boost whatever else is going on.
Yep.
Yeah.
How long have you been with our department now?
Since October 20th.
So far, so good?
So far, so good.
That's right. She
I'm
came
still
back after
smiling.
lunch, right?
Trying to get vehicles.
I know. We'll have to watch that. If there's no other questions, thank you guys very much.
Great.
And if you just send me the follow-up by email.
Is there anything else, do you want any statistics that you were asking about, or health
If,
office?
whatever you have that you think would be interesting for them to have for backup, there's nothing really controversial in your budget.
Okay.
It just help us understand,
Sure.
where we are.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. All right, so we're just going to give Nate Moyer and Joe Gaudiano a couple minutes. We're running just a few minutes ahead of schedule. We have one more department for the day. Does anybody have any thoughts or requests for follow-up information that I may have missed earlier in the day? Things that you'd like me to follow up on with any of the departments that we've seen today? That's all right. I just figured I'd throw that out there. Oh, well, you were staring back. I don't know.
Maybe Cindy and Kathy know. Why do we have 8 holidays now? Public Works Department, I forgot. to ask that. We went from 6 last year. We added Juneteenth, and that's a- we added an extra floating holiday. Oh, okay. Just for this.
Yeah, I think January 1st was a
Thank you.
Thursday, and the second.
Juneteenth was added a couple of years ago. Juneteenth was, but there was. it went
That's willpower.
7 last year, now it went to 8.
That's a nice Italian boy right there, to go feed people.
Who's to ask what holiday now?
I'm good.
Or going from 5 to 6, whatever it was. Yeah, I already.
I'm sorry.
No, it's in the Public Works Department, so it's where they are on staff, they have 8 paid.
Passing around?
They are on for. Are you talking about like when the transfer station is open, even though it's a holiday? Yeah. There's certain, yes. Hold on.
I took a walk at lunchtime. Where is it in here?
It's a look. Again, it wasn't a big deal, I was just curious if we're
Transfer station?
finding holidays. Oh, no, thank you, I already had one as soon as I came in.
Very kind of.
Thank you, oh, it smells delicious, almost like homemade.
Big Y.
Slave goat clam, you put them in this little.
I should have taken those off.
Good.
Yeah. Yes, the transportation. 52 Saturdays and 8 hours for 8 paid holidays.
Yes, and
Ernie, we can, Ernie, we can turn off for a few minutes. We're waiting for one last department.
And again, it's not a big deal, I was just curious, and I meant to ask them. Trying to limit my questions.
All right. After our brief intermission, we are back to discuss the Golf Commission on our enterprise fund, which is located on page 435 in your big book. Joe Gaudiano and Nate Moyer are here. No, I'm sorry.
That's right, I'll Joe Imperio, Superintendent.
Hi, welcome. I apologize. I read the list. Do you want to introduce yourselves and give us a little overview, and then we'll talk from there?
Afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Joe Gaudiano, the chair of the Golf Commission. With me today is Joe Impero, who is our new superintendent, hired just this last season. We're going to walk you through the budget today, ask if you have any questions for the 2026-2027 Toshua Knowles budget. And there is one request for an increase that I am coming before you. It's a contractual matter, so I don't anticipate any issues. With that, I'll turn it over to Joe if he wants to go through the goals and objectives.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. So our goals and objectives for 2026 and 2027, we have a plan to finalize the irrigation install. We plan and install plan and install a new irrigation pump house. We're also going to repair and edge the bunkers in-house before a full course bunker renovation can be done. I'm also trying to establish a high school internship program, which we're getting a lot of positive feedback on, and also installing a ventilation system in the maintenance building for the grinders.
With that, the only request that we have is the salaries full-time. Joe joined us last year, and actually part of his contract is an 8% salary increase to adjust for what actually superintendents are making from the 2025 to 2026. So that would be an increase in his salary from $134,000 to $145,388. Maria, I believe you have the final numbers on that.
What was the total?
$145,388.
Maria, you'll send the correct account
Yeah, the
number
budget is
before that.
138 right now, so we'll
Okay.
change that. Give you the difference.
Thank you.
With that, any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Good afternoon, Mr. Gaudiano and Mr. Imperio. My question, as we're looking through the budget, I see that we moved a former seasonal employee to permanent part-time. My question is, if we've moved that headcount to permanent part-time, why is the salary the salary for the seasonal still at $319? Shouldn't we see that decrease at all?
Well, we increased it with the increase in minimum wage, plus we created 2 new positions, senior starter positions, who are going to oversee the outside operations for the pro shop as far as scheduling and just overall day-to-day operations.
Massimo, your time's up.
Yeah.
How many total seasonal employees do you guys hire?
We have 15 returning for sure. There may be an additional 3 or 4 once, there are a lot of college kids once they're out of school, but it's 15 that are definitely coming back.
Go ahead, Dave.
Can you walk us through salaries overtime and what your thoughts are there?
Yeah, so like I said, I started about 5 months ago, and we were already, I think it was 27,000 or 20,000 over the allotted 20,000. So just this increase covers, having a full-time employee every weekend, plus holiday coverage and any emergency callback situations. This number, 40,000, we're actually a little bit over that right now. That's pretty much the amount of overtime that, in order to operate on the busiest days of the weekends and holidays, that number is crucial.
Just another quick question regarding the minimum wage increase. What was that increase from?
Historically, the Toshua Knowles employees receive $1 increase each year, which is 5.5%. So minimum wage is just below 17 now, but our lowest hourly rate is $18 an hour.
Have you seen an increase in volume in number of rounds and things like that?
We're pretty much at our max. The rounds last year for the Knolls was 50,349, and the Glen was 25,412. So that's over 75,000 rounds, which is incredibly high. That's pretty much maxed out because spring and fall time we're kind of limited with the sunlight, and then May, June, July, and August it's booked from morning to sundown.
That's a lot of rounds of golf.
It is a lot,
I think
yes.
my family contributes to many of those.
Yeah.
So, any other questions on?
I'll just make a comment that Tashua is a gem, and I commend all the effort at the course. Thank you for what you do.
Do you have any great idea? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
How does it work with the school, with schools when they have tournaments and the high school? I'm not seeing any, do they pay to play? How does that, how does that work?
So most of that is donated on behalf of the town to the youth programs and their fees and things. I believe they have to pay a seasonal, not contract, seasonal amount to play in high school, but once they pay that amount, it's covered by Tashua.
Thank you.
Are you continuing the Monday morning summer youth hours where if they go out early, they can play?
Yes, yep.
That's great. Go ahead, Paul.
First, guys, thank you for your exceptionally good continued service. As Dave points out, it's a gem for the town, and it's immeasurably important. We have 4 new members of the Board of Finance here that may not completely know how the golf course fund differs from all other town budgets except sewers, I think, the enterprise fund. So can you kind of briefly explain
Absolutely.
that? That's number one. Number two, the $364,000 reimbursement to the town for town-provided services to the golf course. You have a schedule that kind of outlines what those numbers are. Can you share that with us at some point?
Yes, I don't have that directly, but I'm sure Maria can.
Yeah. I do have the schedule. I can
Yeah,
provide that to
You
you.
can share that, thank you. So the enterprise fund.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the enterprise fund is a little bit unique for this town in that it is basically everything that we make, we reinvest into our property. It doesn't go to, none of the tax-paying dollars actually go to assist the golf course in any capacity. Even if we lease or buy equipment, we are paying the interest back to the town. So it's a self-sufficient enterprise, and that's what it is.
Yeah, so we talked about a little bit about that with the Veteran Center and whether or not they would be another opportunity for an enterprise fund.
Oh, yeah, that'd
But,
work.
but at 50,000 rounds of golf, or I'm sorry, 75,000 rounds of golf a year, I think that's a little different than the usage on the building. So how that would work in reality versus that, you know, it's definitely not a comparable apples to apples. So, it's really a funny story. I don't play golf. I used to hack before I had children, but now if I get 5 hours to myself, it's not where I'm headed. But my husband loves to golf, and invariably somewhere along the way he'll say, you know, on the 15th over by the bunker when you go up the hill, and I nod and I say yes, and my kids are like, how would you know? I'm like, I have no idea. But it is a consistent theme for the last 30 years. So thank you for keeping them entertained. Go ahead, Mr. Pia.
Thank you, Mr. Tipinelli, for asking that question for us new people. So Bobby Brown runs the golf course, makes a living? No.
Nope, he's a consultant.
He's a
for the town.
consultant.
Correct.
So he's just salaried?
We pay him a fee, and then he is in charge of booking the rounds on behalf of the town, but every dollar he collects is audited by Christine, who is our office administrator, who reports to Joe directly, who's a town employee. So Bobby is just in charge of one, selling merchandise, which he profits from, the driving range, which he profits from, and then we pay him a fee just to run the booking fee on behalf of Tashua.
Okay, so the clothing, golf balls, so forth, that's his business?
Correct.
So is the driving range, does he pay rent for the building for the club there, or?
No, so it's
That's part of
discounted
the deal.
into his.
And the fee that he's paid for bookings is that discussable, or?
Yeah, so we pay him, let me just look up the line item, I think it's about $213,000 a year, and that's for the booking fee and his services provided as a golf professional.
But he doesn't have any, like, direct expenses against that, right? So that's just his fee?
Correct.
Thank you.
What about his employees?
His employees are covered under his own revenue. So,
So out of like his 213,000, whatever he makes selling merchandise and the golf range, he pays his people?
correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Or if you want to do a lesson, that's also under his umbrella.
I did take lessons from
There you
him.
go.
I'm still terrible, but I did take lessons from him.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Dave. Don't sigh, it's all right.
No, I just had a question. Joe, maybe this is for Maria, maybe this is for you. Any debt service that's out currently for the golf course that you could talk to, and maybe what the current maturity of that is,
Yep.
or expiration? Thanks.
Yeah, so we have, hold on here, let me just get the right numbers in front of me. So as some of you might remember, we actually had a very large bond payment for a bunker project as well as some clubhouse additions that we had. That has gone from $232,000 last year. This next cycle, we're down to $45,000, so that should be expiring. And, just to plant the seed, our clubhouse is in dire needs, and I understand that it is, are we building a school or are we building a golf course? But we are going to look to try and use some of that bonding money eventually to either fix up the clubhouse or have a new clubhouse built, all at the dime of the golfers with no town money invested.
Very good.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Dave.
I'd just like to echo what they also said. It is a gem of Trumbull, and I have friends from out of town that they can't believe that that's not a private golf course, that it's just gorgeous and well taken care of.
Thanks to this guy and his staff.
Not yet. I've only been here for 5 months, though. But I grew up in Trumbull, so I'm very familiar with the property. So it's my hometown course. So I said, during the interview process, it's a dream job of mine. So I'm glad to be here. I'm looking forward to the 50th anniversary this year, which is pretty unique, So looking forward to it.
So what's your background prior to coming to Tashua?
I was at Country Club in New Canaan for the past 10 years, serving as the first assistant superintendent. And my first golf course job was at Longshore in Westport.
Mhm. First assistant. Don't get any ideas. Right? Lots of assistants. Very cool. If there's no other questions for the Golf Commission and Enterprise Fund, I think we're done for the day. If you have any requests for follow-up information, if you would send them by email so I can make sure they get to the right departments and that we are tracking what information we wanted back. Our next meeting was originally, is Thursday evening, scheduled here in Town Hall Chambers. It is a public hearing at 7 p.m. It is our chance to hear from the public, their feelings on any line item in the budget. It will be a hybrid meeting. There will be opportunity for people to access the link through the agenda, to make comments via Zoom, or to make comments here in Chambers. Our next meeting after that will be on Thursday, March 19th. Originally, it was scheduled to be all on Zoom, but after discussion today and how well it went having people come, we're going to make that a hybrid meeting, the same as today. So we'll meet here in Chambers with the rest of our town departments, and anybody who is not able to accommodate that schedule change, there'll be a hybrid link to join us that way.
So this Thursday, 2 days from now. We're here? I thought it was at Madison for some reason.
Saturday, the 21st at 10 a.m., there had been a request to relocate that to Madison. I understand that that takes away, they were afraid that we did not have enough capacity here, so we offered to move that venue. I understand that if it does not work, because it's not hybrid, that we'll do our best to accommodate them. But we are scheduled for Madison on Saturday, the 21st at 10 a.m.
It's one thing at a time. We'll see you in 2 days here at 7 o'clock. Okay?
I'll send you a text reminder, it's all right. If nobody else has anything, just a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
And if nobody has any problem, then if you don't want to go home, you can stay, but we're all going.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. I approve.
What's up with the small name tag?
Lady Madison, I had no idea. If you need anything.
Nice to put a. He's more important than